Say what? Everything who? Oh, Bill, okay. He needs a steak. He needs steak and potatoes, man. Good morning. That's a little dry, you know. We're blessed to be here. Good morning. Much better. I thought I was in a room with the Walking Dead. Your camera on? Okay, I want to say good morning. That we're all here for the 12th annual CEIR conference. My name is Richard A. Stewart, Jr. I'm a part of BPEP and all the other affiliates. I am your timekeeper. Did you hear me? I'm your timekeeper. I'm the one that's going to shut you down. But right now, I want to introduce you to a young man that's been with us for years, that's doing a fantastic job. That's why we keep bringing him back. We can't do without him. He's our MC. MC, Mr. Bill Flanagan.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 12th Annual Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable. And it's great to see everybody turning out on a Monday morning. to talk about the critical importance of diversity to our region and in leadership to every single organization that does business or operates around here. My name is Bill Flanagan. These days, I am a senior advisor to the Allegheny Conference on Community Development, which means I stepped down from my executive role about 1.5 years ago, but I'm kind of on call. When they forget what I left in a file cabinet somewhere, they can call me anytime and ask me. And in addition to that, I continue to host on behalf of the conference our weekly television program on Channel 11, Our Region's Business, which just celebrated its 20th anniversary on WPXI. Sundays at 11 on Channel 11. So it's great to be back with everybody here again today to talk a little bit about the critical issues that are in front of us, as well as the opportunities. And I think we'll hear today, there are a lot of opportunities when it comes to diversity in the workplace and in leadership, and we really need to be focused on that, where it can lead us, where it can lead our organizations, where we can lead our region. We certainly do need to stay on the case here in Pittsburgh, because it is no secret that our overall Pittsburgh region is still kind of lagging the nation when it comes to recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. We haven't recovered all the jobs that were lost. We haven't recovered the labor force that was lost. We're getting close. We're like 98% recovered. But the reality is the nation as a whole has recovered all the jobs that were lost. Has recovered all the labor force that had disappeared during the pandemic. So we have ways to go, and really being able to solve that problem is going to take everybody who's here, and everybody who we can keep here, and everybody who we can attract here to be able to make sure that our region is able not just to compete, but to realize its full potential. And so that's really at the heart of what we're trying to accomplish here today, is make sure that everybody here in southwestern Pennsylvania can participate, has opportunity, and has a pathway for success and prosperity here in the Pittsburgh region. And we would not be doing this were it not for the leadership of a fellow who needs no introduction here in Pittsburgh. He is the facilitator of the Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable. He's the chairman and CEO of the Black Political Empowerment Project and the co-convener of the Greater Pittsburgh Coalition Against Violence. Please welcome Tim Stevens.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Corporate Equity Inclusion Roundtable CEIR Working Group, I welcome each of you to what many of us think will be one of the most powerful CEIR conferences in our history. Today, we will examine the Black Political Empowerment Project BPEP CEIR Playbook, which was created to provide any company, corporation, university, college, major, nonprofit, or organization a tool by which each organization can ongoingly implement meaningful diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies. In addition, the playbook allows each organization to analyze the status of their implementation and use of the many actions and strategies listed in the playbook, and to create a timeline for implementation. Today, we'll be unveiling the revised Pittsburgh-produced BPEP CEIR Playbook video created by former Pittsburgh pirate videographer Ken Brown, which Majestic Lane, Chief Executive Officer, along with Bill Flanagan of the Allegheny Conference Community Development, will be sharing portions of this new video on their social platforms and newsletters with some 300+ members of the conference. The revised video will be accompanied by ways to access the playbook, as well as the Pittsburgh Penguins created playbook implementation model. Thanks to Tracy McCants-Lewis, the Chief People Officer and General Counsel for the Penguins. We're proud to announce that we're also unveiling the Pittsburgh Steeler-produced BPEP CEIR video, which Art Rooney II, president of the Pittsburgh Steelers, will be sharing with the other 31 NFL teams across the nation with the national version of the playbook. We're excited that our CEIR, that's cool. We're excited that our CEIR Working Group Subcommittee, led by Godfrey Bethea, Vice President Equity, for People and Culture for the Greater Pittsburgh Food Bank has led to a new level of expansion and implementation for our BPEP CEIR Black Satisfaction and Retention Survey, and established a new partnership with Dr. Kyan Connor, Director of the University of Pittsburgh Center for Race and Social Problems, which will help move this initiative to a new level of importance and informational excellence. This effort would also be supported in partnership with Vibrant Pittsburgh, the Advanced Leadership Initiative, and others. We thank Duquesne University President Kim Gormley and Senior Vice President for Civic Engagement and External Relations Bill Generette for hosting us once again, and for Duquesne University, again being the facilitator underwriter for today's 12th annual conference. Megan Peterson, Duquesne's Executive Director for the Office of Conference and Event Services, has again graciously lent her support for this conference, as well as Michael Kozar, Director of Technical Services. Their continued cooperation is much appreciated. We thank Bill Flanagan for being our conference facilitator for now 12 years in a row. We're thrilled to have Dr. Audra Bohannon, founder of Bohannon Advisory and former senior client partner at Korn Ferry, for being our keynote speaker and for bringing us the message, leadership is personal. Recommended to us by Tracina Cash of EMSDC, we know you will leave with a new commitment to implementing today's theme, confronting new challenges to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Responding to the June 29th, 2023 U.S. Supreme Court's ruling on affirmative action, the beginning of what we've termed a slippery slope. We're indebted to our wonderful presenters and fireside chat participants who will be bringing us insightful conversations, which we hope all attendees will take with them a long time after this conference has concluded and will help us all confront the new challenges to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I want to personally thank members of our CEIR working group for their leadership in planning this conference and today's volunteers. We're particularly appreciative of Dr. Marla Bradford, who took the lead chairing this year's conference. Her leadership was invaluable. Once again, thankful to Deb Suligros for providing informational and technological assistance for the conference, keeping track of attendees, and for being our CEIR website coordinator over the years. Russell Bynum, Bynum's Marketing and Communications, along with his staff, continue to provide CEIR with the first class and creative services for our program booklet. We're especially thankful to our major sponsors for today's events, the Builders Guild of Western Pennsylvania, CDI Printing, the Eastern Minority Supplier Development Council, EMSDC, Pittsburgh Penguins, Pittsburgh Pirates, Pittsburgh Regional Transit, PRT, and the University of Pittsburgh. We're appreciative of some additional financial support from Allegheny Conference of Community Development, Allegheny County Department of Equity, and UPMC. A special shout out to Evan Frazier, Tally, and Sabrina Saunders Mosley, Vibrant Pittsburgh, for hosting a special executive breakfast with our keynote speaker, which preceded the 10 a.m. conference. We've been blessed to have significant ongoing support of all of BPEP's initiatives from the Macaulay Foundation, the Opportunity Fund, as well as significant support from the Pittsburgh Foundation. Please take today's conference as an opportunity to increase your commitment to creating meaningful diversity, equity, and inclusion within your organization and throughout the Pittsburgh region. If you'd like to get involved with CEIR Working Group, call us at 412-212-8775, 412-212-8775, or email us at ceirroundtable@gmail.com. Feel free to visit our website at www.ceirpittsburgh.org. Thanks again for being with us, and I'm personally dedicating today's conference to my longtime vice chair of BPEP and co-convener of the Greater Pittsburgh Coalition Against Violence, my close friend, Valerie Dixon. Now let's make today's a memorable occasion. Let's do it. From the University of Pittsburgh, we want to bring up Duquesne. Did I say University of Pittsburgh? My lips are moving so fast coming from the other event. I'm sorry. Duquesne University, who has hosted us for all these years. Come on up. All right. All right. What is your title? Crystal McCormick Ware.
Good morning, everyone. I am Crystal McCormick Ware, and I was at Pitt for 20 years. and so I've been here for 2. I am the Chief Diversity Officer and the Senior Advisor to the President at Duquesne University. On behalf of President Gormley and the Duquesne University Board of Directors, welcome to the 12th Annual CEIR Conference. Duquesne University welcomes you, and we're hoping that you have a great experience here. At Duquesne University, we have a strong commitment to diversity, and we believe equity and opportunity begin at home. Our commitment to diversity is seen every day with our over 10,000 students, representing every state, 80+ countries, and a broad range of backgrounds and experiences. But at the same time, we're small enough that faculty, staff, and students all know each other very well, and they are all invested in each other's success. Our Spiritan brothers came here in 1878 because they wanted to give opportunities to those who did not have it in Pittsburgh. It was primarily founded for poor immigrant children who could not afford the other schools. Since then, we have promoted this mission and goals and vision at Duquesne University. We exclude none and we welcome all. And because I am here, I'm here to ensure that that takes place every single moment of every single day here at Duquesne University. I also want to wish everyone happy Juneteenth month as well as happy Pride month. We are here to accept all people in all walks of life. It's a learning environment, and we want to welcome you, and we're hoping that you'll enjoy your stay here today. So thank you, and bid you happy and good morning.
Thank you so much, and thanks to the entire Duquesne family for welcoming us again and for supporting this event since its inception. As a Duquesne dad myself, I really appreciate the leadership of the university in helping with this. And speaking of leadership, I mentioned Tim before and the role he played from the very beginning in getting this thing going, but the reality is it wouldn't have continued so long, and I think have had the effects it has had were it not for the strong support that we have had from the public sector leadership, from elected officials in the region. And here we are today with newer elected officials who are lending their support and taking as they have taken over the reins. And I think, although it's not in the order it is on your program, I am going to observe protocol and ask the Allegheny County Executive, the new Allegheny County Executive, Sarah Inamorado, to come to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. How are we? Are we caffeinated? Are we ready? Amazing, amazing. So I'm Sarah Inamorado. I'm your county executive, and I say it is a great honor to hold this position, but it is also a great joy because every day I get to wake up and think about how we can make government a force for good in people's lives. And I know that I have a great partner in BPEP and Tim Stevens. Can we give it up for him, who has been a force for good for decades in our communities and has really made a positive impact in Allegheny County. And so here today we are celebrating the report our playbook that has been released, the Initiative for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, the game plan for action. So it's not just about talking about what we're going to do or identifying problems. It's how we take all of that data, all of that work, and put it into action in our communities. And, with this playbook, they've already seen great success. I mean, y'all got the Steelers on board with that. That's incredible. So we are off to a strong start. And, this is something that is critical to my administration when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, because my driving mission is to truly build an Allegheny County for all. And they also say that the county executive role, I'm responsible for driving the economic development vision for our region. And I'm here to say that diversity, equity, inclusion is economic development, and we cannot separate the two any longer. Because when I look at the status of our region And we know that we have two job openings for every job seeker. So that means that we need people. We need folks who want to be here, who want to stay here. And how do we do that? How do we expect businesses to move here if they can't find the workforce that they need to be able to fill those open positions and to really grow roots here in this region? That means that we have to incorporate DEI into all of the work that we're doing. And that starts with building a welcoming community, and the one that celebrates diversity here in Allegheny County. Because when we have new ideas, when we have diverse opinions and lived experiences, it makes our region stronger. And I know that this room is full of major players in that conversation. It also means that we're investing first and foremost in the businesses and the people that are here, that call Pittsburgh and Allegheny County home. It means investing in more Black and women-owned businesses through our Main Street programs and through our purchasing and procurement contracts. It means that we're investing in our young people so that they can see the full spectrum of possibilities that are available to them when we're building up our region's economy. And you know, the mayor and I have been working on this. We are part of the Learn and Earn program, which is a partnership between the city, county, and Partner for Work. And it's giving young people paid summer internships so they can see themselves and they can connect with mentorship and opportunities and really make sure that they can see themselves in the industries that are emerging in our region. So not only being set for jobs of today, but the ones that we're designing for the future. It also means that we're removing barriers to the workforce. And that means investing in things like childcare. You know, when I started this work, I said, I can't govern unless I have the community voice at the table. So we went out into the communities and we surveyed and we had events and we got 19,000 responses to the work that we did. And the number one thing that people wanted us to invest in was childcare. And it was the most popular response, and we will continue to do that in my administration. But it also means investing in things like reentry programs and connecting people coming out of the carceral system to opportunities. It means investing in other care infrastructure, like folks who are caring for their aging parents. It means that we're looking for more affordable housing options for our working class members of our region, including opportunities for more Black home ownership, because we know that that community has been excluded from ownership opportunities for generations. And you know, when we do that, when government invests in the people that are here, it sends the signal that we are welcoming, and people will want to come here. They'll want to grow roots here. They'll see themselves in being able to build connections with the folks in the businesses that are here. And I know that it's easy to come up here and talk about what we're gonna do and what we have to do. And you know, at the county, I'm not only trying to talk the talk, but walk the walk. And we have a lot of work to do there too. So at the county, we're embarking on a journey to address any sort of disparities that exist within our own ranks. We're looking at challenging ourselves and increasing our own MWDBE standards. And we are looking to make our county boards more diverse and reflective of the people of this region. So if you're interested in serving on a board, please come find me, because we got some spots to fill. And I hope at some point you will take a look at our all-in action plan, because like Tim, we are all about action, which these are 91 commitments that we are making to the people of Allegheny County. And I say this is our down payment, but it is all of the actions that we have. They are rooted in community voice. They're rooted in equity. They're rooted in a pursuit of a more just and equitable region. And I know that these things will be possible. These actions are something that we can implement because we can do great things when we work together. So thank you all for being here, for being present, for connecting with each other. Enjoy the program today, and please join me as we build an Allegheny County for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And as I mentioned, it's really taken an incredible partnership on the public sector side to take us this far, and there's a lot of great promise as we move forward, and it's my great pleasure now to welcome the mayor of the city of Pittsburgh, Ed Gainey.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How you doing? It's a great way to start off a week to talk about the need for diversity in the city of Pittsburgh. What a great way to start off a week. But before I start, I want to recognize Tim Stevens, not just for the day, not just for his 12 years, but for his lifetime commitment uplifting the African American community in the city of Pittsburgh. I think that a lot of times. I think a lot of times we overlook that, and I think that because someone does it for a number of years, that we end up taking it for granted and not understanding the painstaking commitment that it takes to want to lift your community and city up every single day, to face adversity, not with the courage to run, but the courage to stand. And so because of that, I would like for everybody to give Tim a standing ovation for his years of service. Come on, come on. We can do better than that. Come on, come on. Yeah, it takes a lot of work to be able to put this on over and over and over again. Because a lot of times when you're doing something like this, people get institutionalized as this is the way we've always done business. But I always tell people it's not the people, it's the system. The system is designed to give us the outcome that we want the system to give us. And in that, if it's not inclusive, it will leave some people out. And for decades and decades and decades, it has left the African American community out. And how do we know this? We have no middle-class black neighborhoods. We have hardly no commercial businesses in the city that reflect African Americans' culture. And so when you look at it from that perspective, it's not by accident, it's by design of a system that has been required to keep us out. When I took office, it didn't come as a shock to me, but I was always surprised that 90% of our prime contractors, 90%. Now you just heard me say we don't have a black middle-class neighborhood, a black middle-class, I mean black Latino neighborhood, middle-class neighborhood. Listen what I'm saying. 90% of our prime contracts went to white contractors. 90%. Now, if you think that's an accident, something wrong not with me, but with your thinking. Because at the end of the day, you will be telling me things that we know are not true because we see them in other cities. When I was coming up in this business before I became mayor, I used to hear this quite frequently. And it used to bother me, but I didn't have the power nor authority to do anything about it. So you have to sit in rooms and accept it, because you don't have a platform to be able to speak on it, because you ain't running nothing. I wasn't running anything. And so they would say things like, we can't find no black qualified contractors. We can't find no black qualified workers. Then I would see some African American companies and individuals and nonprofits come to these mayor's office and have good proposals. Well, how did I know they was good when I was still in the student game of learning? It's because I would see some white contractors, nonprofits come down with very similar ideas, and it was amazing how funding was located. So when I say that in order to have a city for all, you have to have access for all. And if we don't have access for all, then we got status quo, meaning the city will continue to grow old and not grow up because it's not inclusive enough or designed a system that says you're welcome here. In 1 year, for the first time in the history of this city, 1 year, and that's what I mean by changing the system. For the first time in the history I said, and I'm not saying this to brag because really we should be saddened by it. For the first time, we have 3 black prime contractors on major development projects. For the first time in 1 year, we did it. If we accomplish that in 1 year, then why couldn't they accomplish it in the history of this city? They didn't want to. They didn't want to. There's no other reason. We can make up a million excuses, but there's no reason. I told my team that we have to make sure that we're diversified in all aspects of our work, because you can't grow a city unless you are. And that's why you hear me give Tim a lot of credit on this, because he's been speaking on it for quite some time. 12 years doesn't do service because he's been speaking on it longer than 12 years. So, just to stand here and say we in our 12th annual conference is beautiful, but the reality is we should have put him out of business already. And the fact that we're still here speaks volumes. We had to re-examine everything, each step. We've done something that's not been done in this city. We've increased our MWBDE goals by 30%. 30%. 30%. We clap, but again, that should have been done. Should have been done. And I think that a lot of times in this city, I don't think I know, that a lot of times in this city, we don't get to network with people that have the money, the resources. A silo city don't eat at the same spots they eat in. A silo city don't go to the same spots that they go into. And as long as we remain siloed, we can't grow. But it's not for the minority community to say, how do I get in? It's for the majority of the community to say, you're welcome in. And now we want to make sure that we have a city for all. A city in which every ethnic group can see themselves in our city. If culture is money, don't divide us, include us. I see a change happening in this city. This city is pregnant with potential. It's pregnant right now with potential. That's why the pain is so strong. When I see vibrant Pittsburgh, it's a vibrant thing. When I see Tally, when I see Tim, when I see organizations that are working together to ensure that inclusion is not a sexy topic, but a concrete effort to demonstrate to the world that we are a global economy that is welcoming in the position that we're in for all ethnic groups. It starts here domestically if we want the outside to come in. We can't continue to do business as usual. I tell people all the time, I'm excited about being mayor right now, even though sometimes the weight is heavy. I knew the weight would be heavy being the first African-American mayor. But it multiplied because we've had a lot of people hold this position as mayor, but very few that had to lead coming out of a pandemic. Very few. But I told them, I was trained in the wilderness. So every problem I have brings a promise of a better tomorrow because it gives me something to train for. So I never looked at problems anymore in my life as being problems I don't want to see. And because we're the first African American and the expectations are so high, I already knew we could never kick the can down the street, that every issue that it was brought up, we had to address, because they would love to say we incompetent and can't handle the situation. But what they don't know, they should have kept me in the wilderness, because once you let me train in situations that was more powerful than a pandemic, I lived in a pandemic my whole life. Bringing downtown together wasn't a big deal to me. It's what had to happen for everybody to fit in a role so that they could play their role to help redevelop downtown. Now we got a chance to reimagine downtown. What amazes me is you hear people say, wow, downtown is still bad. It don't look like it looked when I took over. If we want to be real, they said homicides in my first year was out of control. Like it had been the worst the city has ever seen. But I understood that. Now it's down 27%. Youth homicides is down 11%. Can they understand that? They said we wouldn't increase MBE. We done it. And now we are embarking on something that is a little bit stronger. And I want to see how many corporate and nonprofit businesses will support us. We're doing a diversity study. We're preparing it now, because we haven't had one since 1990. You do the math. How can the city grow with no strategic plan of growth? We're going to partner with Vibrant Pittsburgh. Where's Sabrina? Thank you. The reason why we wanted to partner is because it's more than government. It's more than government. It's all of us. And we're not doing this to embarrass corporations or nonprofits. I don't want to do that. It's not my goal. My goal is to say we got to start somewhere. Stop talking to me about how important diversity is to you. Show me. Join this team, and let's find out what your diversity numbers look like in all corporations, in all nonprofits, in all government agencies. Not as an embarrassment, but as a starting point to say, listen, now that we have come together in a collaborative spirit, let's find out what is the plan to ensure that in 5 years you doubled your diversity numbers, in 10 years you tripled your diversity numbers, because in that, then organizations like Tally, organizations like Tim will be able to put African Americans and other ethnic groups in leadership positions, so that people just don't see what's white, but see what's right by seeing their culture included in this city. That's the change we need. So if you belong to a corporation or a nonprofit, ask them if they're willing to join in to help us grow. Status quo don't grow, and microwave meals is only good for food. I need you to help us grow. And in order to do that, we need corporations, nonprofits, and any other form of business to join this diversity study. Again, let me clarify, it is not to embarrass you. I couldn't be standing here because I'd have been embarrassed of the city's numbers. But we went first. We went first. So since I went first, I can ask everybody to join in. And so as I close, I want to close with this. I need everybody to remove barriers. I need everybody. And if we don't remove barriers, we can't grow in the city. And downtown is a prime example. We got a lot. And that's why I'm glad I got a partner in Sarah Anamorado. Because I wanted someone that understood the suffering of humanity. in order to get the prosperity of joy. And I know that she does. We were doing great. 2nd Avenue was moving, and then it catches on fire. You understand what I'm saying? And now we got to go back to the drawing boards and make sure that we get it up in time. Now we got to find a place for the homeless. If you only looking at me and Sarah to come up with the answer, then that's not support. I've told you when I ran for mayor, I don't need your support. I need your commitment. See, that means if I got your support and it rained, you may show up. But if I got your commitment, I automatically got your support. And in order to grow this region, we need that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gainey. Always wanted to energize the room. Okay, get everybody pumped up to do some really good work today, and that's what it's all about. We are going to get down in a second into some of the meat of today's program, but before we do that, Tim mentioned a series of videos that he has produced, actually in partnership with the Pittsburgh Steelers, as well as the Pirates and the Penguins, to really try to spread the word to the leadership of the community, to the employers of the community about the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so what we are doing at the Allegheny Conference, I've been working with Majestic Lane, who now runs our community and thought leadership program, to create excerpts of the videos that we are going to be distributing to our members. And our members are the 250 largest employers in southwestern Pennsylvania. And so the idea is to kind of make the business case for why it would make sense for all of these organizations to take this seriously despite what happened with the Supreme Court, and remain committed to diversifying their workforce as well as the leadership in organizations, because at the end of the day we believe it's better for them. And it's not just good for the community and good for the people involved. So we'd like to just share those excerpts with you right now. They haven't started to go out yet, but they will be as a follow-on to today's conference. We'll be sending them out to our members in hopes we can get more of them engaged in this process and involved in what the Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable is seeking to accomplish. So please, you may roll the video. It's no secret that southwestern Pennsylvania is one of the least diverse regions in the United States in terms of our demographics. And for employers, that poses a real challenge, because so many companies, especially those who have customers all across the country, they want a leadership team. They want a group of employees who kind of look like and understand the people they serve, that they sell their goods and services to.
There's enough talent here in the city of Pittsburgh that we can look within to ensure that African Americans get positions in city governments, county, nonprofits, and other businesses.
Often, our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are diluted, and we don't have an insight on how we can help a population, specifically the needs that they have.
We felt this was unacceptable. We decided to do something about it. And that's how Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable came about. In response to that, aimed at dealing with the employment of Black people from entry level to the C-suite and all positions in between, and to support Black entrepreneurial development in the region.
I've known Tim Stevens for a very long time, dating back to even my days when I was with the Pittsburgh Penguins. And Tim and I have often talked about how we can continue to improve diversity, equity, and inclusion among the Pittsburgh corporate community, not just the sports teams, but how the sports teams could be a real leader in this space.
You know, the DEI space is always evolving, continuing to, make progress and inroads. So I really think that the CEIR playbook provides a lot of insight and help that maybe a lot of DEI professionals otherwise wouldn't have.
So my first impression of CEIR, I was really impressed with the number of people that Tim was able to bring to the conference and to the table to discuss hiring African Americans within our region.
He's been talking about this playbook for a number of years with me, and it just was a possibility for all of us to come together as 3 sports teams, with me moving to the Pirates, with David Morehouse.
And we're all going to work together as we move forward to do what Art said, which was start putting some meat behind the Rooney Rule and implementing it across the Pittsburgh region.
And our friends still at the Penguins, we were able to come together and really unite in terms of promoting the playbook.
It's so easy to do business the way we've always done it. And to do business with people you knew growing up, or you went to school with, or who you have a track record with, and you trust them. There's just an economic reality in southwestern Pennsylvania right now. We have more jobs than we have people. And that's a mind shift for employers and managers across the region, because for the past 40 years, we've always had more people than we have had jobs. And so then it was easy to go with the people you know and to keep those doors open, and other people got left out because you never had enough jobs for all the people. Well, today, we've got lots of jobs in the region, lots of potential, and we don't have the talent coming in to really fill all of those jobs.
If you want your company to continue to grow and be successful, you have to start looking at our young people and seeing how they are going to be engaged and utilized within these different companies.
BPEP's Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable playbook states the importance of area employers having effective and active programs and pathways that create opportunities for employment and contractual opportunities for those who have been involved in the justice system. One area corporation that exhibits such an approach is the P.J. Dick Corporation.
I grew up on the north side, in between Brighton and Federal Street, till my mom had got into some trouble and she was incarcerated. Then my brother had got into some trouble. I took a turn in high school, and it led me into the streets numerous amounts of times for possession with intent to deliver, manufacture, and delivering a controlled substance. Charges listed long. Prior to her release, she made a commitment to change her life around, and that she did. And she had got clean, and it started making a crazy impact in not only her life, but our lives as well. A good friend of mine, his name was Richard Littlejohn. He was shot and killed several years back. That's how I got with, not only in the construction field with Local 373, that's how I got with P.J. Dick. P.J. Dick has given me one of the biggest opportunities. Not only have they employed me and gave me the opportunity to work my way up, from being placed in foster care to being placed in placements, juvenile detention centers, county jails, state prisons, and a federal holding facility. A 7-time convicted felon? No. Statistically shown, I'm not supposed to be where I'm at. But along the way, I have had help through counseling, mentors, through construction, have gotten me the opportunity to make a difference in my life and for the families and friends surrounding me.
With the assistance of Delvina Morrow, our Vice President of Community Affairs and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, we have made the document a living document. So instead of it just being static and looking at it.
I've been shot. I was shot 3 times at the age of 15, 3 days before my 16th birthday. Was in the hospital for about 2 months. Had to learn to walk again. I grew up in the community seeing, people dealing drugs and, crime and things like that. So I kind of became a product of my environment. I try to suppress it so much, and I guess that's it's a trauma thing for me. When you make it to this level, it's like, do you want people to know your past? Will they look at you differently? I started my first business, Aaron Gibson Jr. Photography. That was my first real business, 2013. My photography and then consulting business, and then I ship and pack. So my consulting business kind of helped me with I ship and pack because of the P.O. boxes, right? So I help people set up small businesses and do their LLCs and operating agreements and getting them to understand business on a structure level. There's a lot of others that's, come from the same community as me, have the same upbringing as me, who never got the chance that I got because they didn't know, one, where to look. They were working dead-end jobs, and they didn't have the opportunities. There's people who don't get opportunities based off of what they look like. Give these individuals an opportunity to show you that they're worthy.
Got to get more creative. They've got to work harder at it. But the business case for doing that is it's going to enable their company to thrive and be successful over time. And, I think that's why every employer in the region needs to take this seriously.
It's definitely a powerful piece of work. It provides a lot of tools and insight, really, that a lot of organizations might not have thought to think that way before. Really, it's about trying to get people to think differently, think outside the box, do things differently in ways that they've never done before. And it's extremely important work.
Don't be overwhelmed. The playbook has many different initiatives. Some are very easy to implement. Some are more complicated and complex that might not apply to you. In fact, there were about 3 or 4 that are very specific to education that didn't apply to us. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna look at the other 46 that are there that were phenomenal. And so sometimes it's just simply saying, let me take a look. Even if you get to implement one, you're making a difference.
There's one more? Oh, I thought there were 4. Okay.
I'm Ed Gainey, Mayor of the City of Pittsburgh, and I want to thank Tim Stevens at BPEP for their work in making our city and our country more equitable with their Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable Playbook. The playbook is helping corporations understand how to provide more equitable opportunities in order to give more people a chance to thrive. As mayor, I'm proud to say that we are working to do what we can to create a city where everyone who calls our city home has an opportunity to build a better life for themselves and their family. By updating our procurement process, we have been able to increase our MWDBE participation goals by 30%. And in 1 year, we were able to have 3 African-American companies win prime contracts, a first for our city. We have also improved opportunities for employment by removing systematic barriers to good family-sustaining jobs with the city, including embedding anti-discrimination language into every contract for our returning citizens. I know we have a partner in Tim and BPEP, and I encourage everyone to join us to make Pittsburgh the safest, most welcoming, and thriving city in America. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Got to get the mayor's video on, for crying out loud. That was great. So again, our intent is to share those clips with our members at the Allegheny Conference in hopes of generating more interest and commitment to moving these initiatives forward. So we really appreciate it. And got to give a big shout out to the Pittsburgh Pirates and Ken Brown, the videographer, who did such a wonderful job on those videos. And on the longer form one too, which is also well worth watching. So with that, we'd like to begin to dig into the issues that we've come here to discuss today, and we've got a really powerful lineup. Hopefully you all have the agenda and you can follow along in terms of what's coming up later in the day. But we want to kick things off this morning with an initiative to really better understand the population, the black population of our region. You know, one of our concerns has been kind of a reverse migration, people leaving the region, especially our youngest, our best and our brightest, who get out of our schools and decide they want to go to school down south or in other parts of the country, and they never come home. And so how do we retain people? We don't have, as I mentioned in the video, we don't have enough people today that we need to do the work that has to be done here in southwestern Pennsylvania. It's just a demographic reality. We have more jobs than we have people. So if you want to be able to meet that need, you got to have people that want to be here, that are satisfied to be here, that look forward to living here, and look forward to coming to work every day and really building that Pittsburgh of the future. And so we're going to kick things off with a presentation this morning on the CEIR Pitt Black Satisfaction and Retention Survey. And to walk us through that and what it means and how it's going to work and what they're finding, please welcome Godfrey Bethea, the Vice President of Equity, People, and Culture at the Greater Pittsburgh Food Bank, Kelly Ware, the Executive Director of Professional Development at the University of Pittsburgh School of Law, and Dr. Kaya Connor, the Director of the Pitt Center for Race and Social Problems.
Good morning. Said that too loud. On behalf of CEIR, it's my pleasure to be in front of you today. My name is Godfrey Bethea. I'm the Vice President of Equity, People, and Culture with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. I volunteer my time with the CEIR Working Group and with Tim Stevens, and we share a common interest: to understand and address the retention of diverse employable working talent in the region. More specifically, we address the African American working talent in the region. In order to see our black, I'm sorry, just make sure that the slide is working. There it goes. In order to see our black communities thrive economically, it is not only imperative that we find a way to keep talent in the community, but to ensure that we are able to partake in the employment opportunities that employers in the region have to offer. More specifically, that's the reason why we're here today. And you heard that in the conversations this morning and in previous to me coming up here, and in conversations you'll see throughout the day. But we aren't unlike other metropolitan regions in the country who face discriminatory and unfair practices for our African American communities. But studies have shown that Western Pennsylvania has ranked at the lower end across multiple social determinants of health factors for Black and African Americans. And although many of us share these experiences, it is time for us to share these experiences in more explicit manner. In 2010, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported that Pittsburgh region ranked dead last for racial and economic parity. Over the years since then, in 2010 to 2020, we have seen a decline in African American population from the Pittsburgh region by 13%, and that's based on the U.S. Census Bureau. There are probably a number of reasons we have seen this decline, but why would we see this decline when in 2022, Pittsburgh ranked number 9, best places to live in the U.S.? Well, studies have told us that it's not the most livable city, especially for African American women. As mentioned in the last CEIR conference in November, we announced that the Corporate Equity Inclusion Roundtable would launch and sponsor a project called the Black Pittsburgh Satisfaction and Retention Survey. We conducted a live poll during that conference when we announced this project. The results were a sample of the kind of information we expect to collect through the survey. We asked, what would make you leave the Pittsburgh region? The top reasons were economic opportunity, employment opportunity, to see more diversity in culture in the region, and to escape systemic discriminatory experiences. There was a few that even said they were not looking to leave the Pittsburgh region. We also asked the challenges faced by the African American communities in this region, and 60% of the participants that responded said systemic racism. This survey, this Black Pittsburgh Satisfaction and Retention Survey, is ready for launch and is open for responses. The purpose of the survey initiative is to collect data and insights on the attitudes of Black population in and from the Pittsburgh region, and to deepen our understanding of why some Black African Americans would stay in the region and why others decide to leave the region. To achieve higher levels of inclusion, a report of these results will be shared with leaders and with businesses across the region to support their recruitment and retention efforts in the African American communities. My colleague, Kelly Ware, will talk through the distribution plan for the survey, and Dr. Kaya Connor will talk about our partnership with the University of Pittsburgh Center for Race and Social Problems. Our partnership also we had with Vibrant Pittsburgh and the Urban League through this initiative. But the University of Pittsburgh Center for Race and Social Problems will also lead the collection and reporting of the survey results with everyone. So please welcome Kelly Ware.
Good morning, everybody. I'm so excited to be back here today to talk about the launch of the survey that we spoke about last November. For those who don't know me, my name is Dr. Kyan Connor. I am a professor and the Donald M. Henderson Endowed Chair at the University of Pittsburgh in the School of Social Work. I am also the director of the Center on Race and Social Problems and the Associate Dean for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion in the School of Social Work. I'm a licensed clinical social worker by profession and am very passionate in terms of advocacy as well as professional work to try to address disparities, and was incredibly moved by Mayor Gainey's comments this morning and all the other information that we have heard that really just helped to amplify the importance of this survey that we have now ready to launch. So just for those who may not know about the Center on Race and Social Problems at the University of Pittsburgh, we've been in existence for over 20 years. This was one of the first research centers at the University of Pittsburgh, and really any university in the country, that really centered and amplified issues that address race and ethnicity. Our goal is to better understand and find solutions to social problems that are impacted by race and ethnicity. And ultimately, our goal is to dismantle the drivers of racism and oppression and lead to additional social justice in a range of different areas. So we were incredibly excited to partner with CEIR on this survey. We believe that having accurate and robust data to truly understand what is impacting our communities is the only way to develop solutions that are going to make a real difference. One of the other things I think that's important about this particular survey is that often when we look at research, it focuses on things from a deficit perspective, right? What is wrong? What are the problems? What are the issues? And that's important, but Pittsburgh has a lot of strengths too. And it's important for us to know what those things are. What are the factors that are keeping people here? What are the factors that are making people make a decision to come back to Pittsburgh, so that we can highlight and amplify those things and use that capacity to enhance what we have here, as well as to help encourage folks to come back to Pittsburgh and continue to move in the positive directions that we've already seen. So Chris will have a number of roles with regard to this survey. We've been working on refinement, and as you know now, it is ready to go. We're also really excited that we've decided to add some qualitative interviews. So what that means is that after we get the survey results, and we're hoping to get surveys from about 1,000 people, and that's for folks not just here, but also people who have left Pittsburgh to try to understand their reasons for leaving. We're also looking to survey folks who are gone but are interested in coming back to find out what those reasons are, as well as talking to people who have no intention to leave to figure out what is that carrot, what is the hook that keeps people here. Oftentimes, I think that we can anecdotally have an idea about what's going on, and we know some of the problems in Pittsburgh. But also, those of us in this room are in a very privileged perspective. We've had some opportunities that others haven't, and sometimes our perspective on what are the true issues might not reflect every community, every demographic subgroup. So we have a very robust demographic survey in this particular demographic survey, in the larger survey, so that we can have a better understanding of facilitators and barriers for different age groups, genders, gender identity, sexuality, education status, type of job, neighborhood. So we're hoping to get a lot of really important data and then go back and do interviews with individuals in those different subgroups so that we can then have that qualitative contextual data. Numbers are helpful. It gives us sort of patterns of overall picture, but personal narratives are moving. And hearing from people and their unique experiences here are just going to amplify the data that we're able to attain. And then we'll be working to develop some reports and make that information public. So I talked about this. We've got a big demographic setting here. We're looking at factors that influence Black Pittsburghers to leave and to stay. We also ask folks to kind of prioritize those issues so that we have a better understanding of the complex interplay between these different kinds of factors so that we know where it might be our first places to focus and start. And then what are we going to do? Obviously, we want to disseminate this information very widely. We want to create reports, publications. We want to get this into the media, social media. We want to get this to business leaders. We want to have town halls in the community to really talk about what this means and work together to create actionable solutions. And of course, get this information back to all those who participated in the survey. And again, the goal here really is to develop meaningful action steps and strategies towards enhancing our region, keeping people here, and helping to get folks who have left to want to come back to Pittsburgh. Oh, yeah, I think that's you.
That's me.
Okay. Thanks, Kelly.
That was my fault. I rearranged the order that we were going. So I wanted to really get you excited about the dream team that we've assembled here, because the Center on Race and Social Problems can have an idea of, we should survey folks. We want to, ask my whole branch of the family tree that's in Atlanta. I mean, I have an idea of why you left. I know why you told me you left, but what would you answer somebody? But we had the capability to do a really detailed survey monkey amongst ourselves, but we have really the best experts, I would argue, in the country helping us with this project. So before we start talking about next steps and action items, I wanted Dr. Haya to get up here and get you a little, obviously very enthused, and I'm seeing some smiles and some nods, so hopefully you're excited as well. So we talked a little bit about the goals and methods. So we're going to target our survey takers, and we're trying to reach everyone, because we know that it takes a little bit of time to make things happen. So you see Gen Alpha up there. So who's Generation Alpha? They are currently, the oldest is 15. But if we're looking at making any type of change that's going to be taking place in the next 4 years, 3 years, when these 15-year-olds are looking at colleges, when they're looking at entering the workforce, we need to ask them and kind of be able to hit the mark a little bit ahead of where we are. So we want to hit them, and we want to also hit the silent generation, my grandparents if they were alive. We'd also want to ask them what their strengths and weaknesses are and why they never left. So we really want the full, what I call, Black diaspora of Pittsburgh, because we are here and we are also everywhere else. And so we're going to do that online through the survey code that I moved to the back because I want you to finish listening to the rest of the presentation. As I said, I reordered some of these things. We also are going to, through CRISP, have some appointment availability around survey taking, so that you can call a number and make an appointment, because not everybody, again, we're operating in this space from a place of privilege. There could be literacy barriers. There could be computer literacy barriers, but we still need to build a city where all Black people, and everybody else, of course, but this is targeting Black folks, is able to thrive, and we want to make sure that your opinion is included as well. We're working on incentives for survey takers. We have right now at least the ability for when, this is kind of our soft launch for June, but for July through August, we will at least have the ability to raffle off a gift card for one survey taker a week. We have some, that we'll get to opportunities to partner in a minute, but we will have some minimum incentives, and we may have more. We're working on that. Which direction is the direction? This one? Up?
The green button.
Green, got it. Maybe. Ha.
Yes, you did.
All right, thank you. So our distribution plan is our survey period starts today. If you scan the QR code, it will be among the first that are not in our pre-focus group to take the survey, and we're running through September 30th to give ourselves opportunity and time to reach parents in schools, to reach those high school students as well, who are a little bit scattered at this point. We're going to be promoting person to person, so that is send the code, send the link directly to my brother in Brooklyn. We'd ask everybody to send it to the folks that you know who have left as well. Through community organizations, there will be opportunities to partner with us, to bring somebody out to your organization to speak, to have competitions perhaps between perhaps maybe Pitt's alumni and Duquesne's alumni, just because I'm from Pitt and I know folks at the Duquesne's Alumni Association. We'd like to maybe have a little wager as to who can get more folks to do the survey. Tabling at community events, we have QR codes and we have flyers for that as well. Traditional media, we have media partners here. I know, I'm staring at you directly, but we have many other media partners as well as online shows and opportunities there, social media, professional networks, and so lots of opportunities to get the survey out there as well. Okay. How you can support, we would be asking everyone to share with your network, your personal network, your professional networks, as well as in community. We have the opportunity to, again, as we mentioned, that there are incentives. We had talked to the Penguins, and they were interested in providing a basket or a ticket of some sort to raffle off to survey participants. If you have anything that you or your organization have the ability to donate for a raffle, we would be happy to accept those as well and provide adequate credit. And of course, taking the survey would be the first and easiest way to support. So here's the first link to the survey. Sorry, you can go back. But I also have flyers that we're going to pass out, one per table. But I'll give everybody a second because I see phones coming up, so I don't want to move too fast. Okay. There we go. We also have a website, which is the blackpittsburghsurvey.org, and that's where that's this QR code. So this is what I actually want everybody to keep, because this is where you're going to find opportunities to connect, opportunities to support. We'll be able to update this to where we're tabling, to our toolkit for community organizations and partners will be posted to the website. There's a screen grab at the, I think it looks pretty good. Took me quite a few hours to, I'm not really a web developer, but I can dabble. So there's a screenshot here of the survey of the homepage that'll take you to. And so this is where we really want you to bookmark this, because this is where there's going to be really opportunities to partner. Share the code widely, of course, but this is going to be where you will find all the information on partnering. And of course, we have a dedicated email address as well, which is blackpittsburghsurvey@gmail.com. Thanks.
You know the old line, you can't manage what you don't measure, and we've never had a really good measure of this in southwestern Pennsylvania. A lot of anecdotal information. I'm sure we all have reams of friends and acquaintances and former colleagues who've told us this, that, or the other, but to be able to try to get our hands around this and the drivers of people either leaving or coming or whatever could just be enormously invaluable, not just for CEIR, but I think for every employer in the region, for the public sector leadership, in really understanding better what the drivers are so that they can be addressed. Well, now we've got a really special treat this year, and that is our keynote speaker, who will be here just momentarily. And she is, I've heard nothing but incredible things about her initial conversation this morning with a group of business leaders. Tim's been hyping this for weeks and talking about what a wonderful presenter she is and what a wonderful opportunity it is to have her here in Pittsburgh. I'm not even going to introduce her. That's not my job today. That role goes to Tracina Cash, from the Executive Vice President of the Eastern Minority Supplier Development Council, which of course works on supplier diversity and development expertise for the EMSDC corporate membership and diverse suppliers across our region. And please welcome Tracina to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, everyone. First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today. It's wonderful to see so many representatives from organizations and companies that we work with. Your commitment to the region's growth and progress is truly commendable. I am especially excited to introduce you to our distinguished guest speaker today, Audra Bohannon. I first became familiar with her just a week or two before the shutdown, watching the live cast of the Black Enterprise Magazine's Women of Power Summit that I always wanted to attend. And a lot of her message during that time stuck with me. But I actually met her last year when I got to go to Vegas and attend the conference. And when I met her, I said, I want to get you to Pittsburgh. And so I'm very thankful that I was able to make good on that promise. Audra is a thought leader and an advocate for DEI. Her work has inspired countless individuals and corporations to rethink their approaches to leadership and inclusion. Her insights are not only profound, but also actionable, offering a roadmap for creating more equitable and inclusive environments. As we listen to her today, I encourage you to think about how we can apply her experience and, of course, her wisdom within our own organizations and communities. The work of DEI and progress in our region requires all of us to work together. By supporting and uplifting one another, we can champion DEI at every opportunity. Please join me in welcoming Audra Bohannon.
Greetings and good morning. It is a pleasure to be with you today. And let me see if I can get this, because I tend to walk away from the podium. It is a pleasure to be with you today. Our time is brief, and one of the things I wanted to ensure, as much as I can, is that you will leave here with a stronger connection to that which you can do to continue to drive diversity, equity, and inclusion here in Pittsburgh. In order for us to get the most out of our time together, I need for you to do one or two things. Either pull out a pad of paper with a pencil, or open up your phone and go to notes. We will be moving fast. I will be moving you around the room. There's a lot I'm going to be asking of you, and I hope you're willing to go with me on this journey. The very first thing that I want to ask you is that every person that has approached this stage, they walk away with an ask of you. They're asking you to do things to continue to make or to achieve a vision of making Pittsburgh the place that is inclusive for all. So my first question to you is to write down these two words. What is your appetite for change, and what is your readiness for change? Because you're hearing a lot of good stuff, and it's real easy to get swooped up and get inspired and feeling good, and you walk out and nothing happens. So I want you to be thoughtful. This is called leadership. It's personal. So I'm getting ready to sort of get in your business a little bit. And I want you, so I will ask you questions, and the questions are going to come from a place of connecting with you, connecting with someone else, and connecting with me. So there's going to be a lot of connection going on. Are you all ready to go on? I can't hear you. Because I got on a hearing device, so I really need to. Can I hear you? Yes. All right. So I'm going to share with you the first slide. One of the things that has become clear to me is that we're all works in progress. We're all works in progress. Where I was yesterday does not mean this is where I am today. Where I am today does not mean this is where I'll be tomorrow. The question is, what can I do to get better? You know, what can I do to move out and begin to see things and move forward based on what I see so that I will be able to get better? And that's what I want to do with you with our brief time together. So I'm getting ready to show you a visual. And what I would like for you to do is to tell me, what do you see first? I'm going to repeat. I'm going to show you a visual, and I want you to tell me, what do you see first? What do you see? I hear people telling me they see a vase. Could be a table. What do you see? Okay, somebody sees an hourglass. How many of you see two faces? Okay, so we got a table, we got an hourglass, we got a vase, we got two faces. Who? Thank you, Tim. Who is right? Absolutely. It's all about perspective, and it's all about your perspective. If I do not see a vase and you see two faces, it does not make one person right and the other person wrong. It is we both see something that's different. And the only thing that we're going to do in our time together is, want to go back to as personal, is being able to open that aperture up again so that you might be able to see a little bit more than you see right now. So the next piece that I'm going to move forward is, if you can stand, I'm going to ask you to stand. If you can't, stay where you are and somebody will come to you. And I would like for you to walk to one person in this room that you do not know. And find that person quickly. Okay, have you found your person? Does everybody have their person? One of the things that I am going to encourage you to do, and hear me on this, I'm going to encourage you to sit in your truth. If you don't say a word to the other person about what you're really feeling, that's up to you. You share what you feel comfortable sharing. But the most important thing here is for you to be serious about what I'm asking you of you. Based on what you feel comfortable sharing, then you can decide on what you're going to share out. But first of all, make sure you get real clear and sit in your own truth. There are 2 questions up here that I would like for you to answer, or 3. What are your private thoughts about diversity, equity, and inclusion? I don't care what you read about. I don't care what people say you're supposed to feel about it. But what do you really, really think about diversity, equity, and inclusion? And here it says, what are your reactions to what's going on in this country as it pertains to difference, especially as it pertains to what's going on in the Black community and what's going on in terms of all of the hatred around. Well, there's just a lot going on, and you all know it. I don't have to repeat it. How have you been talking about it to those who are close to you? How do you talk about it to your siblings, to your children, to your colleagues? Because that's important. What kind of conversations are you having? And the last one is, what conclusions have you drawn? So please, you only have a few minutes because we don't have a lot of time. So you got about 5 minutes to have a real quick conversation. Make it deep, make it real, make it authentic. Go for it. You have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. One more minute. Let me be able to. Okay, everybody, I'm going to ask you to pause. Can I have your attention? Let's go, let's go. Yo, yo, yo. The only thing I'm doing is asking you to put a comma in your conversation. You'll get a chance to chat in just a moment. But I want us to, when I say it's personal, it's personal. So, for example, if my thoughts about diversity, equity, inclusion is, you know, I'm worn down about this, I'm tired about this, I just want to go to work every day and I don't want to be bothered with all of this, then when the mayor tells you it's time to step up, what are you probably going to do? No, no, no. If you're tired and worn down and now you're being challenged to step up, what are you probably going to do? You're going to let it go. When you just got a request to fill out the survey, how many of you stamp your cameras and you're probably not going to ever do? If it's something that's important, it becomes important to get done. So the only thing I'm saying is how you're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. How you're talking about it, how you're thinking about it, will impact what you choose to do. That's right. And if you're thinking about Pittsburgh and really taking Pittsburgh where you know it can go, it's going to take each and every one of you to step it up. But I can't step it up if I'm sitting up here saying the glass is half empty. I can only do it if I say, as tough as it is right now, as tough as it's going to be as we move towards November, with all the stuff we got to manage and we have to think through, there are still fissures and cracks, and I'm not going down until I'm going to take it all the way to the mat. If that's how I'm thinking, then all this great stuff that's coming my way, I'm grabbing it. I can't wait to get out of here. I can't wait to implement. So when I say it's personal, and the only thing I want you all to think about is, what am I thinking about when I think about diversity, equity, and inclusion? What's in my heart? What kind of conversations am I having? Are they ones that are going to promote and uplift? Or am I starting to get defeated and I'm starting to slow down? Now, even if you do feeling defeated or you're feeling slow down, that's a reality. At least acknowledge it. Because I'm telling you all, I've been in this space for 41 years. As I told everyone at the breakfast this morning, when I started out, diversity wasn't even a name. It was about affirmative action. And then I saw diversity and inclusion, and diversity and inclusion, and now diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now it's diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging. I've seen it all. But at the end of the day, we're still not where we want to be. There's still so much, we've made a lot of progress, but we got a long way to go. And when you think about Pittsburgh, and you think about the vision, and you think about the possibilities, and you think about you wanting it to be a place that's welcoming for all, then as a citizen of this community, what's my responsibility? What's my responsibility if I take it? See, it's personal, colleagues, it's personal. Now, I'm getting ready to play both sides of the coin. As I said this morning, one hand does not clap. So, there are two things that are going on in this city. One is people with power, people with influence, people that can make things happen, have a responsibility to work on making the vision actualized. But I sat here and I heard the mayor said, for the first time in the history of Pittsburgh, you have 3 contractors. Major contractors. Three. Okay, in the history. What you cannot underestimate is what has been happening to our spirit as we have watched the absence of major contractors going on in this city. So the thing that gets real important is for you to say, how am I showing up? How am I showing up? How am I stepping into all of this? Because I've been living in Pittsburgh all my life. And I've been getting beaten down all my life. And I'm tired. you know, the words sound good, but you know what? I just don't feel like it. So you can't understand. This is what a participant said in a session of mine. She came up with a term, and she called the term spirit murder. Spirit murder. And this is what she described as spirit murder. She received a huge promotion, and she wanted to honor and acknowledge her mother because of this promotion. And one of the things her mother wanted was an Hermes scarf. And so she got on a plane and flew to New York to go to the Hermes boutique to get this scarf to gift to her mother. She got to the store, and you know in New York, most of your fine boutiques, you got to push a button to get in. You got to push the little doorbell, right? She pushed the doorbell, and they would not let her in. And she said, Audra, it was like someone took a pinch of my spirit. And so the only thing I want you all to know, as you have been managing your lives in Pittsburgh, and as you have been thinking about all the things you have wanted for Pittsburgh, you can't underestimate the cost of little bitty pinches on you because things that you wanted did not happen. Because you all have ambition, you have goals, you have aspirations, you have visions, but sometimes things happen that can be shown that are as the result of discrimination, or as the result of racism, or as the result of any other thing you want to come up with. And the only thing that happens is that it will slow you down. And I will tell you this, if any of you in this room are in a place where you are stuck, stalled, or stopped, you won't win. That's right. If you're in your comfort zone, you won't win. This city does not need you in your comfort zone. This city needs folks who are willing to take risks, who are willing to get out there, who are willing to have some conversation, and who are willing to make some things happen. And so what you want to do is bring your best to the table. But you can't bring your best into the table if you're kicking and fighting every single day about, okay, this not working, or this not working, or trying not to think about it. So let me just give you a couple of other things that I would like for you all to give consideration to, because I want you to have one more conversation. Yeah, you can, but don't go too far, because you're going to be talking to your friend, your colleague again. This is what I want you all to hold on to. I say here, mindset is a way of thinking that influences feelings and directed actions. That's what I just brought up to you all just a minute ago. What is your mindset about diversity, equity, and inclusion? Is it a non-negotiable? There are things in your life that are non-negotiable. You are not going to allow them to be compromised. Is this one of those things? And it's okay if you say yes, and it's okay if you say no. Just be real about where you are, and also understand if you buy into the vision of where Pittsburgh is going, then you have a responsibility to participate. You can't be a bystander. I think, did you say upstander? Somebody said upstander earlier. You got to be able to stand up and be a part of it. And I love this quote by Carol Dweck. This means you don't get stuck, stalled, or stopped. You stay in motion. She said, becoming is better than being. Think about that. I always want to get better. My focus when I get up is, well, how can I be a little bit better today than I was yesterday? And that's what she's talking about. But here's something. Remember I said I want to play both sides. I'm doing one hand does not clap. Can I be very candid?
Yes, please do. Please do. It is being much.
If you really, nobody wants to talk about this. But I want to have a conversation about rumors of inferiority. Rumors of inferiority. And what I mean by that is that there are some demographics that are thought to be superior in intelligence. And there are also demographics that are thought to be inferior in intelligence. Black people are thought to be inferior in intelligence. So it doesn't take you too long to draw conclusions that when you wonder why your leadership roles are so absent in terms of black talent, or places where you think there should be a stronger population of black talent and it's absent, if it has anything to do with leadership and you drill down into the root system, sometimes there is concern that black folks do not have the potential to lead. And for those of you in the room that are black and are in leadership roles, you understand the higher you go in leadership, the more pressure you get, because black and intelligent do not go together. So one of the things we have to get in touch with is, what is my fundamental belief in my potential? Do I really believe that I can do it? Based on my ambition, is the sky the limit, or has it started to shrink a little bit over time? Because one of the key individuals that supported me in my development over the years, he said, he was talking to a group, and he said, in fearing the lie, and he was talking to a black community, in fearing the lie that we are genetically inferior, we ourselves play the dominant role in perpetuating it. Because with so many opportunities readily available, many of us opt out. We blink. This is my hand. My hand represents an opportunity. Watch my eyes. We can't see it. We blink because we're dealing with some of the things that can feed into our spirit that causes us to wonder whether or not we really can be as good as we want to be. And so I just wanted to talk about this piece of potential. How many of you have heard the phrase, or have even used the phrase, you know, so-and-so is high potential? Do you all have high potential programs in your organizations, or have you heard people use the word high potential? If you have, would you please raise your hand? Yeah, we've heard high potential. But guess what? If you have high potential, you gotta have low potential. Nobody talks about low pos. We just always talking about so-and-so is high potential. Or have you used the term so-and-so is a high achiever? Have you ever thought about high over what? We don't say highly developed. We don't say underdeveloped. We go overachiever, which again feeds into this whole piece around intelligence. And so once you get to the point of saying, well, before I say that, is there any person in this room that speaks more than one language? Okay, I'm seeing some hands go up. Thank you. One of the most complex things you can do is to learn a human language, even sign language. And how young are we when we open our mouths and words come out, the person who is listening understands, sends something back, and you can respond, even if it's just a few words. How young are we? It's usually 3 years old. People, colleagues, if you can learn to speak a human language at the age of 2 or 3, you can do most of these jobs that's running around in the city of Pittsburgh. We are capable, and I'm not using this word casually, we are capable of brilliance. But we won't move in that direction if we don't believe we can do it. So I'm going back to, I said both hands does not clap. Based on your demographic, what messages have you received about your potential? What messages have you received about your intelligence? And how can that get in the way of you having the aperture open as much as possible so that you can see the possibilities and the opportunities? Because that's what you want to be able to think about when you're the grand old looking back over your life and you're looking at legacy and you said, I have lived well. What does that really mean? What does that mean when you say, I have lived well? I have no regrets. I might have some disappointments, but I don't have any regrets. It comes from you. This is we talked to the kids about this one, and this is what a principle that I really stand by. And I'm going to ask you all to capture it. If it's important to your long-term development, if it is important, find out how good you can be. And I'm going to repeat it. If it is important to your long-term development, find out how good you can be. And I had a colleague in a session, and we were meeting twice. And she came up to me at the end of the session. She said, Bohannon, I said, yeah. She said, you know what, for the next 30 days, everything I touch, I'm going to find out how good I can be. I said, okay. She said, I don't care if it's making a bologna sandwich. I'm going to find out how good I can be making that bologna sandwich. I said, well, you go for it. And she came back to the session 30 days later. Her name was Eunice Royster. I said, Eunice, how did it go? She said, damn, I'm good. But guess what? It scared her. She was so good that she retreated. Because it's not always about fear of failure. Sometimes it's also fear of success. Can I really be as big and bad as I think I can? And am I willing to put forth the effort to see the reality of that? So I'm going to say it one more time. If it is important to your long-term development, find out how good you can be. And as you're finding that out, think about how your performance, how your expansion of your capabilities can also support you as we think about what needs to be done around diversity, equity, and inclusion here in the city of Pittsburgh. See, that's how it all starts coming together. Again, I just want to say, around your leadership and around your development is personal. I opened up with saying this is going to be personal, and that's why I wanted to ensure that you all could just think about, what does this really mean for me? So I'm going to move. I've already said this, but I think it's on the screen. It says, based on the way many people have been socialized, potential has been thought of as some have it and some don't. Again, if we come into this world whole, your potential is your foundation. It's going to be based on your effective effort, how well you build it up and how well you expand it out. Now, I also want to share with you this. I want you to look into your own world. I want to see right now how inclusive you are. These are personal questions. This is not anything you're going to share. But what I do want you to do is to do your own assessment. And the assessment is this. When you think about your go-tos, how many are different from you? However you want to base difference. It could be based on sexual orientation. It could be based on race. It could be based on gender. It could be based on any demographic that you have. But how many are different from you? When you think about who you give stretch assignments to, how many are different from you? When you think about who is on your high potential list, quote, high potential, how many are different from you? And does your organization mirror the markets and clients you serve or want to serve? We are tribal. We are most comfortable with people who are most like us. That is just the natural order of things. When you talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, that means you are used. In fact, let me give you an assignment. Does everybody have a pencil and a piece of paper? I'm going to ask you to do something, and I'm going to time you. Now, I have to span this whole room, so if any of you get done, just throw your hand up in the air so I can see you. Do not do it until I say start. I want you to sign your name with your dominant hand. Are you ready? Go for it. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7. I think I got 7 hands. Okay, most of you have your hands up. Now I want you to sign your name with your non-dominant hand. Go for it. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 11. You know I'm going to stop at 12. Colleagues, what's my point? Anything you do based on the status quo, you do it without thinking and you do it with speed because you've been doing it your entire life. You are used to going to the right. I'm now going to tell you for the next month, everything you do, you have to go to the left. It's awkward, it's uncomfortable, it's something you don't feel like doing. Why can't I just go back to going to the right? This proves it. Twice as long. When we think about getting yourself, remember I said, what's your appetite and what's your state of readiness? Well, when you get yourself ready for really going after making the change you want to make for the city of Pittsburgh, because it's going to take everybody involved. Some of you are going to be awkward. Some of you are going to be uncomfortable. Some of you are going to say, why? And the only thing that's going to hold you to it is if diversity, equity, and inclusion is a non-negotiable for you, and it is important for how you live your life. Like I told you, I've been doing it 41 years, and and as crazy as things are right now, I would not choose to be doing anything else because I'm so passionate about it and it's so important to me. That's what gets me up every single day. You have to make the decision. You have someone, have you heard this quote? The two most important days of your life, the day you were born and the day you figured out why. So it really is connecting you to purpose as well around, is it important enough for me to be willing to make some change? Now, I want to share this with you, and I want to be conscious of time. I only have about 8 minutes left. I wanted to share this with you. When I am working with ethnically diverse talent, and especially when I'm working with black talent, I ask them, what are some of the barriers that you face that other people may not be aware that you face? And for some of you in the room, you might identify with these, and some of you may not, but I just wanted you to be able to see. These are the kind of conversations I have when we're in a room and it's just us having a conversation about what are the headwinds that you face based on your race. And they talk about the fact that, you can see, I feel like I have to wear a mask. I can't be authentic. I can't bring my whole self to work, although I have to say, I was having a conversation with a group and they were just fussing. I can't bring my whole self to work. I can't bring my whole self to work. And finally I said, hold it. They said, what? I said, I don't want to see your whole self. I want to see your best self. That's what I want to be able to see. But sometimes we feel like we can't bring who we are to work, and we have to wear a mask. We have to smile. And we, even though we're dying inside, we just smile, I'm doing fine. Also, we talked about you're held to a different standard. You know, some people get a pass. Why in the world do some people get doubted and other people get the benefit of the doubt? See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a different standard. Not seen, invisible. I had a chance to be involved in a huge initiative we were doing at Corn Ferry, and it gave me a level of exposure and visibility in the firm that I had never had. And this was right after George Floyd was murdered, because I was doing some tremendous work. It got visibility all around all the organization. And one of the senior client partners came up to me one day. He said, my God, you are a rock star. Where have you been? And I said, I've been right here. You just haven't seen me. So sometimes we're seen as invisible, constantly proving. And here's something, and I think you all understand what I mean when I say this. How many of you in this room have felt like you've had to prove yourself? You always feel like you're having to prove. And we never finish the conversation. Proving what? And underneath it all, it still is around intelligence. I want to prove that I am as smart as. And I thought about it. I said, why in the world, when we say we want to prove that we are as smart as, we're comparing ourselves to a demographic, as compared to saying, put an I and an M in front of prove. I'm going to move through the world improving to a standard of excellence. That's why Olympians take things to a whole new level. They don't compare themselves to the people next to them. They say, how do I keep moving it to a standard? So instead of moving through the world being haunted by I have to prove that I'm smart enough, I can move through the world saying, you know what, I got just as much as anybody else, and it really is about how well I improve to hit a standard of excellence. So that's what I meant when I said proving. And then the very last thing is marginalize, patronize, and scrutinize. I was having a good conversation with a friend of mine in Seattle, and we were talking about just all the headwinds we face, and we came up with this thought. We said, as we move through the world, we will not be marginalized, patronized, or scrutinized. Now, I would not recommend anybody do what I did, but I will tell you. I was having a conversation with one of the senior leaders at Corn Ferry, and she was just totally out of place. She just was all over the place. And when she got done, I looked at her and I said, are you new? And it shut her down. I mean, she was like, oh my God. I mean, and it came out so fast. It wasn't the best response, but that's what I wanted to say. Are you crazy? You know, no, you're not going to go after me like that. I deserve to be treated a certain way. I role model how I want people to treat me. I am clear about that. And if I step on any of those three things, those are my non-negotiables. Do you know where your non-negotiables are? Because the minute they come up, then you got to grab them. You have to arrest them. So I just wanted you all to be thoughtful about what might be some barriers for some. So here are a couple of thoughts as I move to a close. Whenever I'm working with clients around how to create environments of inclusion, the very first thing I say to them is no matter what the difference, especially around intelligence, no matter what the difference you think, believe that all people can learn. If you just start there, you're starting in a good place. And then once you believe all people can learn, then expect for them to learn. And then as it says here, expect effective effort, expect they can learn, and then provide constructive feedback. And I want to emphasize that last one, because I am worn down when people come together, when we come together for conversations, and people will say, every time I talk to my manager tells me I'm doing fine. But yet I don't get any feedback on what fine means. So I was having a conversation with a group of managers, and I said, let me share with you something. They said, what? I said, when you have performance management conversations with your people, you give them feedback on their technical skills. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. I said, but when you get behind closed doors and you have to make a decision about who's going to get the promotion or who's going to get expanded responsibility, it has nothing to do with technical skills. The person doesn't have the heft, the gravitas. The person's executive presence is just a little off. I'm not sure whether or not I want that person in front of the clients. I said, none of that has to do with the technical skills. I said, the same thing you do when you talk about them behind closed doors is the same thing you should be bringing to the table so they can get the feedback and get better. Because that's what we're talking about. How do you take your best and get better? And so the whole notion is about how do I continue to engage in a process where I'm going to create an environment of inclusion. And I can tell you this, every single day I go to work, I have discretionary effort. And I can choose to give it to the firm, or as I said this morning, I can choose to give it to my smartphone. I got 2 different places I can go. If you create this kind of an environment where you believe that all people, and I'm emphasizing, I'm putting all in capital letters, you believe that all people can learn. You expect the best out of them, and you provide them with effective feedback. They will bring it to the table every single time. But if they don't get it, that smartphone becomes quite important. So this is what I would encourage you all to continue to do as you do on your journeys. Wherever you are, wherever you sit, however you self-identify, when it comes to such a broad area of diversity, equity, and inclusion, get conscious. Don't be driven by your subconscious, because if you be driven by your subconscious, you're going to maintain the status quo. And then get curious. It's one thing for me to ask you a question coming out of curiosity. It's another thing for me to ask you a question coming out of judgment. And when I come out of judgment, I am overlaying my values on you, and that's not fair. What I should do is I should come up to you and say, you know what? I'm so used to going to the right, but I noticed every day you go to the left. I'm curious. Talk to me about why you go there. That gets it. And you all know what it feels like for somebody to ask you a question out of judgment. You know it. You know what it feels like. Get curious. And then at the end, get serious. I mean, get serious about this. You all have a phenomenal opportunity. I am meeting your mayor for the first time today. He inspired me, so I know he inspires you all the time. But there is so much opportunity in this world. And my concern is that we're going to get caught up in all this nonsense that's going on in this country. And we're going to try to pull ourselves back and retreat and try to hide, as opposed to commanding our space and saying, hell no. Whatever fissures and cracks I can find, I'm going to find them. Because I know they're out there. And I am also clear that I want to be a participant in making change. I want to be a participant in making things better. I want to be a participant in making sure those who come behind me don't have to deal with this. I have to tell you all, I've been around a lot. You see this little gray hair up here? I've been around for a long time. And I really didn't think that Generation X and Generation Z would have to deal with some of the things that we dealt with as boomers. But the reality is it's still real. So my hat is off to all of you, and I want to commend you on coming together and being a part of a process that can absolutely be phenomenal, not only for you, it's personal, but also for the city of Pittsburgh. Thank you very much. Marla just shared with me I have a couple of minutes for Q&A if anyone has any questions. Do I see it? Oh, you want me to sit down?
Good afternoon. Thank you for sharing this knowledge. You have inspired me, as the mayor has as well. But what is the hardest thing you have encountered when trying to get people to change their mindset?
I'm going to add a piece. There is nothing in this world that is as value-laden as diversity, equity, and inclusion. So change in general is a tough process, but when you bring people's values in, so for example, if I was raised that homosexuality was wrong and I'm a very religious person, and I walk into an organization and I'm in a leadership role and everything in the organization is about LGBTQA, it's hard because everything in me is telling me it's wrong, but I'm looking at a reality where they say, no, you gotta change that. So that's the only thing. In general, change is rough, but on this one around diversity, equity, and inclusion, it is even harder because I'm tapping into your values about what you believe is right and what you believe is wrong. Now, let me tell you where we're seeing improvement, and that is you have conversations with people and you talk about the business. And if you want to be successful as a city, you want to be successful as a business, at the end of the day, when it comes to, especially, I lived in corporate America, so I talk shareholder value all the time. You will make, if you go after talent, just talent, you will always get to a better place. And I was sharing with the group this morning about Lowe's. Are you all familiar with Lowe's? Okay, well, the piece that I think is absolutely critical is that when Marvin Ellison, who is the black CEO of Lowe's, when he started 4 years ago, the stock price was $85 a share. Today, the stock price is $217. His executive committee is predominantly people of color and women. His board has a high percentage of women and people of color, and he orchestrated that over the 4 years. So if someone wanted to look at him and talk about it, he said, that's all I need for you to do is look at your dividend check. Because green is green. So don't come to me. So he is a perfect example. I love in fact, the Harvard Business Review is getting ready to do a case study on Lowe's. It is a phenomenal example of how he saw potential in all of his people, and he understood that black people tend not to give an opportunity. He says, no, we're going to change the whole narrative on this, and he's done a successful job of doing that. You're welcome.
First, I just want to say thank you. I thought your presentation was incredible and very informative. So before I say anything, let me acknowledge that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My question is, because I think you hit the nail right on the head, is mindset. I think mindset is a I think it changes the dynamics from searching for perfection to searching for excellence. And My question is, because this is the state of where our city is at for so many different reasons that you mentioned here today, is how do we communicate more effectively? Not that we don't communicate, but communicate more effectively to keep going after decades of rejection of a people. Because a lot of times in this city, it's what you just said, spiritually people are beaten down because they come up with grand ideas and it was just never received in this city. And it's funny, I had someone ask me the other day, where's all the black professionals, black wealth? And I said they left for greener pastures because they found it, you still got to deal with racism, but it wasn't thick where they went as thick as it is here. So what you have is the residuals, those that's left over. And their mindset is, it's going to be the way it's going to be, yes, and no change is coming. Yes. And that's the juggernaut, not
yes, it is,
for us.
Yes.
And so I would love to hear, because I'm always talking about the mindset, because I had to change my mindset, and that's not easy.
How were you able to change your mindset?
The truth, I went to Morgan State University.
Okay.
And when I got to Morgan State University, I seen people that came from the same social economic climate that I came from, but they were pursuing higher goals. I got to see business people that wasn't drug dealers. I got to see professors that wanted to be teachers and taught as teachers. My first day of class, and people don't understand how powerful, how much of an impact this had on me. My first day of class was January 1990, when a certain university was going to the state to get the governor to defund Morgan State because they wanted the engineering lab. And I went to school that day. Me and his son was going to school. I went to class that day, and the professor asked me, what are you doing here? I said, you teaching, right? He said, your lesson is not in the classroom, but it's with your classmates. You must fight to make sure that we don't get defunded. Okay. And walking down there and seeing a black mayor named Kurt Smoke, seeing Kwasi Mfume walk our campus, and seeing some of the people that we consider legends now help us make sure that Morgan State stayed funded was something that I had never seen.
Okay.
And that's where the mindset for me changed.
There it was. There are two things you just said in your story. The first one was exposure, and the second one was to be cocooned and support the people that believed in you. So when you go back to how do you get people who may be helpless all the way here to, I'm not sure we can do it here, and very few here to say, let's go for it. You start here and you start moving these people in this direction. But the main thing I have to do is to see evidence. Help me to see that I can write with my left. I'm right-hand dominant. Help me to see that I can write with my left hand. And so if you think about how you inspire and how you move people, move them to a place where it is around action that will produce evidence, that will continue to get action, that will continue to move evidence, so that you get them to see that in 24 months we're going to be in a different place than we were today. But I have to see evidence, just like you had to see at Morgan State, how you had to see it. Then once you saw it, you were able to grab it. And then they kept making sure you saw it, and you continued to grab. And then look what has happened. Now you're the mayor of Pittsburgh.
We have time for one more question. You want to ask another? Yeah, I'll ask another. I'm curious and nosy. Do you think FAIR plays a big role in the sense of diversity, inclusion, and equity? That conversation of when it started with affirmative action, it's us against them, that when you're saying diversity, you're taking something away from me instead of welcoming. So that's that fear of, I'm going to lose something if I invite you in my space.
Absolutely, and I'll take it a step further. Uncomfortable, all the way over to really afraid, and everything that goes in the middle. And this topic is one that most people are afraid to talk about. So I shared with the group this morning, right before I left Korn Ferry for about 2 years, right after George Floyd's murder, I ended up going around on Zoom and during the pandemic and met with CEOs and their executive teams. And almost to a group, they would always ask me the same question. Audra, what do I do? Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. And I told them, I said, you get paid too much money. I'm not telling you nothing. You know, you get paid to solve problems. This is a problem to be solved just like anything else. But it gets people tied up in knots because they just don't want to have to touch it. And if you think that it's a scarcity model and not an abundance model, you get real tight. And see, that's what's going on in this country. You know, when someone says, so-and-so took my job, excuse me? Since when did it have your name on it? You know, so people are afraid that they're going to lose. So you say fear of losing causes you to get real protective. And you're not willing to necessarily open yourself up to say, how can 1 + 1 = 3? As opposed to 1 - 1 = 0. You're welcome. Thank you for the question. Okay.
Let's give our keynote speaker, Dr. Audra Belhana, another round of applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Audra, thank you so much. I think you've given everybody in the room plenty to think about over lunch, and it is now that time. But this is not a leisurely lunch, sit back and talk and just enjoy. This is a grab and go. Your box is out in the other room. We'll give everybody about 5 minutes to go and pick up their lunch and do whatever else they want to do for 5 minutes, and then return here so we can resume our program for the afternoon. Please enjoy, it's right outside. Oh, and we'll return to see the Steeler video, too, to give you something to look forward to. All right, see you in 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can find your seats with your box lunch, we're going to get rolling in just a moment. No problem.
Just a brief moment.
Okay. Very cool. Good. All right, it looks like everybody's got their box lunch. So while you're continuing to enjoy your lunch, we would like to share with you a very special video that has been prepared, actually produced by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's really designed to highlight the new BPEP CEIR playbook. And so continue to enjoy your lunch, spend the next few minutes enjoying this video as well, and then we will resume our program.
In football, we need a playbook for success. In the same way, we also believe that we need a playbook in our individual and collective efforts to seek and obtain a meaningful and sustainable level of diversity, equity, and inclusion. The Pittsburgh Steelers have adopted and have begun implementing the BPEP Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable, or CEIR, playbook. We know that a successful team requires both a strong defense and a winning offense. You are quite familiar with the legendary Pittsburgh Steelers, Mel Blount and Jerome Bettis. They are going to share their thoughts with you about the importance of the use of the playbook.
Jerome Bettis was famous for his runs through people, but back in the day, the Steelers were known for their defense, and we helped win games.
That may be, Mel, but when I was on the team and the team wanted to get over the goal line, who did they give the ball to?
Well, Jerome, I guess it takes a collective effort to win.
I think that's what the BPEP CEIR playbook is all about, how to win in the game of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
We have frequently heard our head coach, Mike Tomlin, say the standard is the standard. Well, in Pittsburgh, we are committed to setting the standard across the NFL. We have adopted and have begun to implement the BPEP CEIR playbook.
But this is more than just a priority in the NFL. It's something that's wanted in our city, in our region, and across the country. 76% of U.S. employees and job seekers said that a diverse workforce is an important factor when evaluating companies and job offers. The competitive strength of our region's businesses and organizations, both in Pittsburgh and across the nation, depends upon the full and fair participation of all segments of communities across the United States of America.
As the mayor of the city of Pittsburgh, it's refreshing to see how our three major sports teams, including the Pittsburgh Steelers, are dedicated to diversity and will use the Black Political Empowerment Project's Corporate Equity and Inclusion Roundtable Playbook. This playbook is one of many tools available to make Pittsburgh and cities across the nation safe, welcoming, and thriving communities for everyone.
The Steelers and the teams have big plans for that video. The goal is to share them across the league, across the country, and get plenty of other organizations involved in supporting these sorts of initiatives, not just here in our region, but across the nation. And so now we're going to move along to the next section of our program, and I see Kathy Humphrey has walked in with her lunch, which she has not even been able to open up yet and start. So now you're going to have to wait. You should have wolfed it down during the video, Kathy. I gave you a couple of minute warning. But we're really excited to have a fireside chat with corporate and nonprofit presidents and top executives, and here to introduce them and to facilitate the conversation, please welcome Dr. Kathy Humphrey, the president of Carlow University.
Good afternoon. I feel like I need to put some energy back in the room. You know, this is the rough hour. I thought, why did we get the rough hour, right? Right at the lunchtime. I'm so glad to be with you, and I'm going to invite the panelists to come on up to the stage, and we're going to get started with this session. We don't have a lot of time, so we can't play around. We got to get this show on the road. While progress has been made, challenges persist. Some argue that legislation alone is insufficient to drive meaningful change. Critics debate the effectiveness of affirmative action policies and whether they truly level the playing field. Lastly, there's ongoing discussion about the role of government versus corporate responsibility in advancing and, more importantly, dismantling DEI. Good afternoon, and as you know, my name is Kathy Humphrey, and it is my pleasure to speak with our amazing panelists today about the impact of the affirmative action changes. These panelists are doing the work, and it is our hope that their experiences will help us all do our work better. They have dedicated their lives to making a difference, and I am grateful to Tim and CEIR for the opportunity to explore how each of the panelists are addressing issues of DEI in this very turbulent time. I have been just really enhanced by the words of Audra this morning, and I'm grateful to the illumination that you have brought to the conversation. So thank you for that. And as I was sitting there thinking, I thought, what all can I do better? And I'm challenged by that, and I'm going to take that challenge on, even not only in this work, but all of the work we do, because in actuality, that is the only way we're going to move the needle, is to really begin to think about how are we going to do this work better in our city. It's not enough to keep talking about this. We really have got to do some things that will change who we are. For who would have thought or ever imagined that in our lifetime there would be a reversal of aspects of affirmative action, causing institutions to abandon the fight to create a level playing ground? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that in 2024 there would be a growing movement among certain states to curb DEI initiatives in higher education and other public institutions? Who would have thought legislation would be submitted and passed to eliminate DEI in various states? Who would have thought that the work of many of our forefathers, the work of them who were imprisoned, not only imprisoned but beaten, run down by dogs and hosed, who would have thought that some of that amazing work would be reversed today? These efforts include defunding DEI programs, prohibiting mandatory diversity training, and restricting the use of diversity statements in hiring and admissions process. Who would have thought? Who could have foreseen that the act of opening eyes to injustice would have been seen as problematic or incorrect? Who would have thought? Who would have thought we would have to have a fireside chat about the ways that we need to enhance DEI in our organizations in spite of attempts to reverse every ounce of what so many of us have worked so hard to do, in which so many of us have tried to make a difference? And when we answer that question, are we making a difference, for many of us, we've been able to say, yes, we're making progress, but today we have to answer that question by simply saying, Are we making progress? Let me begin by discussing and telling you just a few things that we are trying to do at Carlow, and then I'm going to ask our panelists to do the same for their various operations. So while we must comply with the new laws that prohibit us from doing anything race-based, I'm fortunate at Carlow because our mission is to develop students who will create a more just and merciful world. That is the platform on which we stand, and quite frankly, it is why I decided to do the work at Carlow University. Not that I don't love Pitt, because I do. But it is one of the reasons why I made the decision to walk down the street. Currently, 22% of our students are Black, and we have done that work without using race as a criteria for admittance. We have created programs and curriculum to meet workforce needs, and those programs have assisted us in diversifying our campus. Programs like our new LPN program, where 90% of the first cohort are African American women, many of them single, many of them who will move from making $20,000 to $30,000 a year to in just 16 months, they will be making $60,000 to $70,000 a year. I am very proud of that work, but that is work indeed, because it's not enough for me to get those women in that program. We have to get those women out of that program into the marketplace. It's not enough just to talk the talk. We've got to walk the walk in a way that it's productive. We are working to create a welcoming environment for our students, faculty, and staff, because we know that if people feel comfortable in our environment, they will come to our environment and they will tell others about our environment. And that is our business proposition in a world where enrollment is king. We have a place for people to go to when they are experiencing justice. We are not blind to the fact that injustice happens at Carlow. And because of that, we have a place and a persons for people to go to, and it is our expectation that they just don't go, but we take actions that make us better, that change us. And sometimes those actions upset others, but we have to take a stand on whether or not we are going to say and be who we say we are. We are examining whether our practices are lined up with our mission to create a more just and merciful world. But let me be clear, we have much work to do, and we are committed to doing that work. Now I'd like to ask the panel, each of them, to introduce themselves and to briefly share with us what steps their organization are taking to promote DEI. And let's begin with a Carlow alum, Sabrina Mosley.
All right. I had a feeling that beauty got to go before all of the other things that are happening on the stage this afternoon. Thank you so very much, Dr. Humphrey, for setting the stage for this conversation. As mentioned, I'm Sabrina Saunders Mosby, and I serve as president and CEO of Vibrant Pittsburgh. Yeah, that's me. That's the person that's been mentioned a couple of times already. If we haven't met, then make sure that we do, so that you can understand why we are involved in so many efforts of partnership and collaboration as it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and why that is so very important. And so a part of that reason is because of our work being an inclusion partner to close to 140 of our region's businesses, from small startup companies to large corporations with a vested interest in Pittsburgh. That includes global corporations that are either headquartered here or are invested in our work because of their business operations. We have a series of benefits and resources that we provide to help build more inclusive workplaces here in what we are growing to be our most vibrant Pittsburgh. One of the ways that we are working to build those inclusive workplaces is through data and assessment. I am pleased to have my team with me here today in the center, appropriately seated, who help to ensure that every aspect of our work is carried out within our region's businesses. Data assessment through the Vibrant Index. Our index, which is in its fifth iteration this year, we're really proud of, assesses diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts based in a number of criteria areas that you can measure year over year, build programs and goals associated with those foundational areas for diversity, equity, and inclusion. year after year, grow and assess how the region is doing. On June 25th, we will be reporting out to the region on how our businesses are faring, and we hope that you will join us for that presentation to discuss how we measure our impact. And then training and development as well. We know that establishing goals is vitally important, and having policies and procedures in place that will help move the needle, but training and development can help to support assessing those goals. So when you find out where the gaps are and the challenges are, we can develop customized training, and we've been doing that for companies, especially after the murder of George Floyd, where companies came to Vibrant Pittsburgh and encouraged us to increase our capacity so that we could help them build towards their training and development goals, because they were not set up to do so. And then finally, building inclusive environments within workplaces in our communities. We are welcoming new executives to the region. Many people who have come to Pittsburgh, or even folks that are just like me, born and bred, have a difficult time getting ingrained in community and finding spaces of inclusivity. And so we are organically finding ways to connect each other, finding ambassadors that can set a stage and build relationships with folks so they can be committed and rooted in our region. And all of those things are an effort to help balance the narrative. We talk about what's wrong, we talk about the problems all the time and the challenges that we face here as a region, but there's a lot that's going well, and that is right about this region as well. And so we help to make sure that that's not masked.
Thank you. Jason?
Jason Jones, Vice President of Community Development for Dollar Bank. Dollar Bank has a strong commitment to diversity, and equity, inclusion, and it's ingrained in our culture. From the very beginning, 1855, I know this is history, I just talked to someone in the hallway that a lot of people didn't know, but in 1855, our founder, Charleston Colton, founded the idea that you can open up a checking account with just $1, which at that time, you had to open up with $50, most banks. And that was the equivalent of $2,358 to open up just a checking account, right? So he had the idea that you can open up with just $1, and the everyday person could do that. In 1890, here in Pittsburgh, a black man got a mortgage, which was super, super unpopular. They closed banks down up until 1964, where the CEIR Act came in for giving black folks mortgages. And we gave one to a black man, a barber, in 1890, my bad, in the Hill District. Up until the 1970s, women weren't allowed to open up a checking account unless they were attached to a man, their husband or their father, right? And that was up until the women's right? Well, Dollar Bank were allowing women to open up accounts for women in the 20s, right? And so, again, that's then. Today, we really kind of look at our core, which is we strive on integrity, empathy, collaboration, inclusion, community, and independence. And so it's not by accident that you've seen us be very intentional and impactful who we support and how we support. So you see us with Juneteenth, you see us having, we've actually had Sabrina on for our Women's History Month, and very intentional about Black History Month. We're very intentional about Hispanic History Month, and really kind of looking at that. We've also did or supported a report for the LGBTQ plus community that looked at businesses in the Pittsburgh region. So if you have a chance, go to Three Rivers Business Alliance. They have put that out, but we help support that, and really kind of looking at what we're doing in the market around that. We've hired folks in spaces, Dr. Paul Spradley, who serves up our DE&I and is really integrated in making sure that we're making deep impact. And then also we have a hiring manager that really looks at Dave Hunt and a couple other folks that look at how we are represented in the banking space. One of the issues are capital, right, for small business. And so if you have a bunch of lenders that don't look like a lot of the businesses that are out there, we're being very intentional about who we hire, how we hire, and what they look like and what they represent. We also are working with the Homeless Children's Education Fund to bring in, and through the Learn and Earn, I think the mayor had brought that in, but we have 2 interns that we'll have this summer to really kind of get them to understand that banking could be sexy. I know in the 3rd grade, no one raised their hand when they said, hey, who wants to be a banker in the 3rd grade, right? No one said that, right? And so with that said, there are a lot of things that you can do in the back office. I think when people think of banking, they think of teller, front-facing folks, but there's marketing. There's people that we need for, really kind of our social media, lawyers, community development folks, right? Sadly, and lastly, in my field in community development, of all the banks, there's only 2 black people in community development. They both work for Dollar Bank. That has to change.
How's it going to change?
Again, bringing in the youth, right, to get them to understand. So bringing in, we had 2 interns last year from Homeless Children's Education Fund. We have 2 this year. And then also kind of creating that space of understanding wealth. I know when I was young, I heard in my household that the bank's taking all my money. So when I got older, I didn't want to work for the place that took all my mom's money, right? And so changing that narrative and understanding the rules to the game and understanding how you could win, right? And so I think those spaces are important. The final piece, and we didn't talk about it just yet, I don't know if it's going to be asked later and I may repeat, but we are doing something unprecedented. Dollar Bank hired me and allowed me to come in and open up an account that is for 15-year-old non-custodial. So it's the only bank in the United States doing it, which means that you can be 15 years old, open a checking account, and you not have a parent attached to it, right? And in that, you can't open it up and just be 15 and walk off the street. You have to have at least an hour of financial literacy, at least. But at most, we keep it going. But we'll talk more about it because I'm done on that.
Sounds good. Dr. Bullock?
Good afternoon. Quentin Bullock, President for the Community College of Allegheny County. The Community College of Allegheny County's mission really is centered around preparing individuals in a complex global society by providing affordable access to high-quality career and transfer education delivered in a caring, innovative learning environment. And we build our institution on several initiatives. Number one, we created the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and it was important to show the impact by having the office report directly to the president so that any actions that the office has to implement has the full support of the office. Number two, we created a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion strategic plan that clearly includes several strategies and initiatives that is inclusive and engaging of the college community. One of the first initiatives that we did was we developed a dictionary, a DEI dictionary. And the reason for that, there's so much misunderstanding, confusion, use of terms. And we wanted to ensure that everyone had access to a dictionary that would allow persons to be able to review and discuss terms with each other if in question. I thought I brought one with me. Oh, I did. So we have this published for every employee to be able to have in order to understand terms. It's available on our website, and it's made a difference because it educates our team. We do diversity institutes where we bring our faculty, our staff into conversations, difficult conversations that allow them to better understand their sides. And then we put in place a diversity fellow because we want to diversify our teaching faculty. We have made a commitment to ensure that we always have someone as a fellow with the goal that he or she would be able to become a full-time faculty member within the college when a position opens. With a recent loss of our dear colleague, Dr. Ralph Proctor, we are opening a new fellow to support the opportunity to expand on the legacy of Dr. Proctor, as well as expand in opportunities to further engage in various DE&I activities across the county as a whole. From an educational perspective, we're very committed in ensuring that we bring in our diverse, underserved populations into the institution. And we've been very intentional in developing programs that are focused on laddering credentials, that credential from a certificate to an associate's that seamlessly transfer to our four-year colleges or universities. We've made a commitment to bring access to emerging high-demand fields into a center area of the city. This past January, we opened our 60,000 square foot Center for Education, Innovation, and Training, focused on the advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity, industrial manufacturing components, and a new School of Culinary Arts, so that diverse populations can easily access the training that pay high wage. We also have diversified our teaching faculty administration, which gives a sense of hope when they look at the leadership and they look at our student body. There's an opportunity to see, I can also do that. We're active in the community. I've served on Vibrant Pittsburgh. We've been recipients of the Vibrant Pittsburgh Index. We are very committed to diversity and inclusion, and I'll end by stating we fund what matters most by the 5 commitments: a commitment to care, a commitment to serve the whole community with a focus on social justice, a commitment to build a culture of equity on campus, a commitment to identify and dismantle campus structures and breed disparities, and the redesign of the college for equity, and a commitment to fund what matters most. So we put our money where it matters to make a difference in the students and the community that we serve.
Thank you.
Eric Wells, Pittsburgh Regional Transit Deputy Chief Human Resources Officer. PRT has a priority goal to have a workforce that matches the community that it serves. We feel that we're doing that, but our goal is to exceed that goal in certain areas. Over recent times, we at PRT have worked to create a diversity, equity, and inclusion department, which also creates a program in that regard. We have created employee resource groups in the areas of African American groups, veteran affairs, and the LGBTQ community. We've developed mentoring programs in each specific group where individuals in those categories can seek mentorship to progress throughout the organization. The program is, we're hopeful that the program is growing throughout the next year.
So, thank you. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. So here's the question. It's not on the sheet, sorry. We're all doing this work, but we're not making very much progress. If what the data says is true, right? So what's stopping us? Like, these programs are wonderful. The things we do are wonderful. We're all proud of our entities. But what is stopping us from making real progress, and what do we need to help everyone in this room understand what has to happen if we're going to really make real progress in Pittsburgh?
Can I start, Dr.
Sure.
Humphrey? Because I want to, there are a couple of questions in the question, though, because we're not making progress where specifically. Because if you look at each of these, and I know this wasn't intentional, but of the amazing Vibrant Pittsburgh members that are on the stage with me and the work that they're doing in different lanes, right, with different priorities and goals, right, different workforces and areas of focus, there's progress, right? They're seeing progress, they're seeing growth, and they're not stagnant. They may not be happy with every turn and every outcome, but there's progress. If we look holistically, we know that everyone's not a member of Vibrant Pittsburgh, but that there's work being done behind the scenes, especially in 2024, where companies are being more silent about the work that they're doing, considering the most recent affirmative action case that you mentioned and challenges related to financial and legal risk that we're now faced with, considering some of those, the social political environment that we're in. And so when companies are now not being as performative as they were right after the murder of George Floyd, and being more silent about the investments and work that they're doing today, as well as some who were not committed at all and we're just checking the box, going back and falling back into those bad habits again, it's hard to measure what the actual standard of progress is supposed to look like. For us. It has to be individual, and it has to be communicated.
Yeah, so what I'm worried about is this. So every one of us on this stage and most of the folks in this room do not represent a large portion of Black Pittsburgh. And I'm concerned that we're not, when we're measuring these kinds of activities, but we're not measuring the activities. I got 5 minutes left? Oh boy, okay. But are we measuring the kind of activities that really are going to push everybody up, right? And in 5 minutes, somebody's got to say, what do we have to do to start really covering the basis, right? I keep hearing about that there are so many jobs open, but yet our employment rates with our young people of color is not where it should be, right? And they're not getting into fields that are really paying at a higher level. So what should we do?
I'll start. I think one of the greatest needs is retention, because a leader who comes in that's committed, starts a great idea, begins to show measurable impact, and then leaves, then you have to start over. I made a commitment to Pittsburgh. I've been in Pittsburgh 10 years as president for the Community College of Allegheny County, the longest serving, almost the longest serving. I have another few months, then I'll be the longest serving. And in that commitment, I've outlined several strategies in order to move the needle for the college. And the college is moving. We're making a difference. We're expanding our programming. We are building out and expanding the infrastructure. We're diversifying our teaching faculty. We're engaging across the community to connect underserved populations into the emerging high-demand fields areas. And I feel the numbers are beginning to move. But I know when Quentin Bullock leaves, whatever the strategies that I embraced and implemented and put in place, it is my goal that the staff and the team that I've put in place would embrace that vision and continue that trajectory in moving the needle for the Community College of Allegheny County.
That's good. Eric, do you want to add something really fast? Where's my timekeeper? Okay. You got 2 minutes. All right.
Well, at PRT, we have a range of positions ranging from bus operator to maintenance personnel to engineer, all the way and everything in between. Our bus operators are some of the highest paid non-degreed employees in the countries, making over $30 an hour. At PRT, we have a record of meeting our goals with respect to our workforce, and we intend to do so moving forward.
Great. Jason, you want to do closing remarks?
Absolutely. So again, I think really kind of honing in on understanding what financial wellness is, those types of things are going to broker ideas on how to come in without any pressure, without any aspects. And then we definitely hired a talent acquisition person who is really looking to be committed. She's seasoned, she's fierce, she's great, and she's really looking to implement strategic plans to to make sure that young folks understand that banking could be sexy.
So I'll end by saying we cannot be complacent. We cannot believe that because these legislators who have been active in other cities won't appear here. And we have to have a plan for how we will manage that uprising if it occurs. Because just like it happened there, it could happen here. And if we don't start thinking about how are we going to beat that back, we too can be a part of the tragedy of this D&I work. Thank you for all that you do for our city. Keep on keeping on. Thank you. Now we're going to take a picture. I'm sure this is minutes.
I don't know. Do we have time?
Thank you.
Are we doing
Thank you.
Do we have time for a question or two, Marlon?
You got about 31 seconds.
31 seconds? We got time for a question, maybe.
All right. Is there a question?
Who's got the question that they'd like to ask? Okay, I got one down here. I know Ron was itching. That's why he asked if we were going to do Q&A.
Your time is up.
Let me shout out. Yeah, in 1978. And what was driving everything at that time was the CEOs that afforded. That was affirmative action, right? You had to meet your 10% goal or your 8% goal, whatever, whichever it was. Now, today, we're not allowed to do that. Is that correct? So how can we make an impact? Now, Dr. Humphreys and Dr. Bullock, you guys are leading so you can do a top-down. And that's what we need. We need top-down. Dr. Bullock, I applaud your situation because you're directing it top-down. That's what happened back in 1978. CEOs had an objective. They had to put 10% in their PMS, in their performance goal. Of course, after that, you know, we had the case from the gentleman on the West Coast, Bakke, who stopped affirmative action, right? But what can we do today to make this thing effective and make it really happen? That's what we're missing right now. We got to make sure it can really happen.
So integrating strategies into the core of the company is crucial. What Dr. Bullock shared about having a strategy that can be carried out, goals that can be continued beyond the retention of one leader, right? That become a part of the values of the corporation, that move the needle, regardless of who is leading, is quite important. One of the things that Dr. Humphrey didn't ask, as it relates to how decisions and values and how people are represented is president in companies, is based on who's there. All of us being in the spaces that we occupy means that more communities, more voices that matter, that are underrepresented, get represented in those spaces. And so the more that we can integrate spaces and elevate the challenges that are not typically communicated in those spaces, the better. Not that, you know, it is fair that that type of representation is happening, but that is the charge that is upon us to make sure that those things continue to happen as well.
Yeah, and the only thing I will add to that is a little bit of what I believe message that Audrey gave us this morning. One is that we've got to realize how smart we are. And we've got to start applying for top-level positions. We've got to believe, why not us, right? And because it starts with us, right? Because I can do things at Carlo that other people might not do, right? And so if I don't use the gifts that I've been given, if we don't use the gifts we've been given to push the agenda forward, it's not going to happen. And the other thing is that we have to be good to each other. We're not always good to each other, right? And we need to make sure that we're not overlooking high potential that looks like us, and making sure that that high potential that looks like us still gets that opportunity, and not being afraid of that high potential that looks like us to sit beside us. All right, we're out of time, but I could go on. You got me reared up now.
Thank you all so much. A great panel and an important topic. And we can build on that now. Unfortunately, Dr. Clyde Wilson Pickett was unable to be with us today, but he is able to join us via video talking about facing the challenges to diversity. For those of you who don't know, Dr. Pickett is the Vice Chancellor for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and the Board Chair for the National Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education. And so now, via video, please welcome Dr. Pickett.
Well, greetings. It's good to be with you. For those I've not had an opportunity to meet, I'm Clyde Wilson Pickett, and I serve as Vice Chancellor for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion and Chief Diversity Officer at the University of Pittsburgh. I wish to take the opportunity to thank the organizers of the Corporate Equity Inclusion Roundtable for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation, and I certainly wish to share that I extend my deep regrets for being unable to be with you today. This is always a phenomenal event and an opportunity for us to learn together, to grow together, and to share information together. And so while I'm not with you in person, I am absolutely with you in spirit. Today's opportunity for me to bring greetings and to deliver remarks focuses on the critical moment for diversity, equity, and inclusion. By trade and by career, I serve as a senior diversity officer, and my work has now touched 4 decades, having started this work in the mid-1990s. As diversity officers, we are charged with being change agents for organizations, individuals who work proactively to promote inclusive environments. Organizations are made better by having individuals who are senior diversity officers in the ground working to promote change, on the ground, I should say, working to promote change. We take the opportunity to address policy. We take the opportunity to look at organizational culture. We specifically take the opportunity to make environments better for all. And so I'd like to take the opportunity to talk about the critical moment that we find ourselves in with regard to prioritizing diversity, equity, and inclusion, accessibility, and specifically an opportunity for us to think about the ways in which we are confronting the many challenges in front of us. Before beginning and taking the opportunity to offer my remarks, I do want to offer my congratulations to Tim Stevens and BPEP for the Gismondi Award for Nonprofit Excellence and Advocacy. And so it's important for us to acknowledge the fine work that Mr. Stevens always does, as well as BPEP, and for bringing us together today in this forum. And so the theme for this year's conference is Going the Distance. As we think about the challenge in front of us, it's now important for us to understand that we have to go the distance for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our ability to go the distance, to stand in the gap, to push for change provides an opportunity for us to, in many ways, confront the challenges and to respond to the work that others have prioritized to get us to this point. We know that this work did not start literally yesterday, but figuratively yesterday, in that there have been change agents for many decades and indeed many centuries who we stand on their shoulders, who have progressed, prioritized, who have marched, who have made sacrifice, and stood in front of many organizations, stood in front of many individuals who would challenge our work and have been the individuals committed to moving this agenda forward. And so as we think about the current moment, as we think about the opportunity for us to examine the priorities of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, we know now more than ever that there are being obstacles erected, challenges being put in front of us that we will have to go the distance to attack, that we will have to go the distance to confront. And so we have to begin by talking about the problem. Now more than ever, the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion, the values that make our society what it is under attack. Certainly part of this conversation is about the attack on offices that move this work. As someone who works in a higher education context, I have to bring awareness to the 85 bills that have been introduced in 28 states all around this country and 14 that have been passed legislatively to cement barriers and obstacles to advance change, and more specifically, those works that would promote inclusion, those works that would promote equity and that would create an opportunity for all individuals to be successful. The attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion offices are more than just attack on offices. They are attack on humanity. They are attack on environmental priorities. They are attack on our social connections with each other. They are attacks on governance. And more specifically, they are an attack on democracy. The ability for all individuals to be involved in, to be connected with the process for greater civility, greater citizenship in this country, and more specifically, their belonging and basic right to be engaged. All of those things we need to understand are under attack. As we look to understand the problem, the other priority that I would put in front of you is to understand that these are not new. Following the passing of the '64 civil rights legislation, entities went to work then to counteract and make a change. And so we have to understand that this well-organized, well-structured, and well-stabilized attack started some time ago. And they're an attack on the structures that allow us the opportunity to dismantle discrimination. They would work to silence the voices of many, that include Black, Indigenous, people of color, that would silence the voices of women, of immigrants, and individuals who are part of the LGBTQI+ community. We understand that those individuals and the way in which they are working to silence voices are a critical threat to the future of the United States, and in broader cases, a threat to humanity. We know that society will never be any less diverse than it is now. And so any attempt to disrupt and disconnect and to promote organizations that would work to be positive in their engagement, positive in their service, positive in their support of these organizations is something that we have to prioritize. The other part of this conversation, as we examine the lack of understanding and connection, is to realize that all of these attacks have the potential to disrupt the economic impact of the broader groups in relation to how we relate to society. The effort to remove, to marginalize diverse populations from leadership, the opportunity for organizations and individuals to confront and limit diverse populations in education, as well as in labor pools, would do critical damage to our competitiveness as a nation, and more specifically, our ability to promote ingenuity and to be connected to others. As someone who has worked for many decades in higher education, we understand that the prioritization of diversity, equity, and inclusion in higher education have helped to make the American system of higher education the most productive in the world. Indeed, our chance and opportunity to bring in minds from around the world, to create ingenuity in curriculum, the opportunity to make a difference in society has propelled and put us in a place that is more productive, more inclusive, and creates the chance for more individuals to be involved. This has absolutely stimulated research. It's promoted and advanced innovation and ingenuity, and more specifically, has made education more accessible, more attainable, and more transformational for all. And so we prioritize that those who would counter that must be confronted, and we have to speak specifically to the problems that we face. And so in looking at the challenges, we have to be honest in understanding that context matters. The way in which we have a conversation in 2024 is markedly different than the way in which we had this conversation in 2020. We all remember that the deaths of Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, murder of George Floyd, and Antoine Rose sounded the alarm bell for Americans to wake up and make a difference. The push for racial reckoning, the opportunity to awaken a social conscience was a front and center consideration for 2020. As a nation, we stood together to prioritize conversations about how we would advance social justice, how we would talk about racially discriminatory practice, and how we would have conversations about a militarized police force on the impacts on different communities. And so as we stood together in 2020, We learned and we prioritized at that time that we were all living together in a COVID lockdown, that we were all there galvanized to move our humanity forward. And so we find ourselves in a significantly different environment in 2024. And we have to ask ourselves, what happened? 4 short years ago, we were committed to making a difference together. And now we would have organizations and entities, and indeed legislators, who would call attention and would say that those things that we valued 4 short years ago are now things that we need to block, that we need to shut down, and that we need to terminate. And so we understand that priority for community, priority for diverse communities, priorities that bring us together often, historically, have promoted greater backlash. We understand that that backlash is often instigated by those individuals who would not want to share the wealth and would not want to share the opportunities with all. We understand that part of this conversation is being carried forward by political organizations and entities that would sow divide and that would sow and advance distrust because they saw what happened when we were together. In many cases, disinformation in social media and online and in media entities is being funded by those individuals from outside of our country that would promote their own interests and work to disrupt democracy. And so 4 years later, we are bombarded with negative messages that tell you that diversity, equity, inclusion is harmful. Negative messages that would tell you that diversity, equity, and inclusion doesn't work. And diversity, equity, inclusion messages that say that unworthy positions, or unworthy people, I should say, are being put into positions. In other words, they did not earn it. That DEI would mean that. And so as we examine these things that are put in front of us, we have to ask, are these anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion arguments true? And we know that can be easily disproved. They are absolutely inaccurate. The work of diversity, equity, and inclusion, first and foremost, includes all. It is work that prioritizes a broad net and an opportunity to impact, to include, and to support people of all different identities. We have to understand that part of this discussion is to prioritize that all of these arguments have roots in structural racism and sexism. We know that meritocracy alone has never been a true pathway to opportunity and success of all, for all. We understand that historically speaking, those individuals and those entities that are wealthy, that are privileged, would want to continue the privilege that supports them. Those structures and systems have historically benefited those with healthy family connections, those individuals and those entities that have inherited wealth, those that have legacy hires, and in the case of higher education, legacy admission, and to prioritize the way in which they would dismiss the truth about socioeconomic factors, historical inequities, including the way in which race and religion have often impacted the ways in which we are engaged in society. These individuals who advance anti-DEI arguments presume that people of color, the members of the LGBTQI+ community, have little or no worth or influence on how society should make a difference. They assume and presuppose that those communities cannot succeed without quote-unquote handouts, and that they are less valuable in society and, in general, less valuable in the economy. And so as we look at those anti-DEI arguments and we think about going the distance, we have to prioritize what we need to do, how we step up to the plate, and how we take an answer. And so there are areas that we have to put attention on. We begin with the 3 areas of focus that we must lean into. First and foremost, persistence. Secondly, the way in which we lean into urgency. And then lastly, our prioritization around concentration. And so we begin with persistence. We know that the onslaught of attacks that would confront diversity, equity, and inclusion will be with us. The question will be, how persistent will we be in challenging what is in front of us? I implore you and all of those who are with us to understand that now more than ever, we need to stand together, and we need to do so in a persistent fashion. No matter how many forms of legislation are passed and in different areas, now is the time for persistence. Now is not the time to give up. While diversity, equity, and inclusion is being attacked, we understand that it is being attacked because it has been successful. As the old adage says, a hit dog will holler. And clearly, as a pet owner, I'm not suggesting that we hit animals, but I am saying that it's time for us to speak up and to speak out and to take action. We also must understand and emphasize that part of this discussion is to talk about urgency. We can't wait till tomorrow. Urgency, the persistence starts today. Tomorrow is too late. Our opponents, those individuals who have counteracted and confronted this work, started some time ago. They are well-funded, and they had a head start on us. In many ways, they have been playing chess, and we have been playing checkers. And so it's time for us to think about how we start today, because tomorrow is too late. We, too, must be organized. We, too, must marshal our resources together and understand that urgency starts with us prioritizing the now. And so I look forward to everyone here standing with us as we advance urgency. We also must prioritize the conversation about concentration. Each of us must focus on our messaging. We must understand that diversity, equity, and inclusion are values and priorities that impact all. We must focus on the advocacy of our work and how it impacts so many. Equity is about outcomes for all. We understand that no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, us putting a priority on equity in organizations provides a chance for us to think about how we are better in the outcome for all. Part of this conversation understands that we are casting a broad umbrella. We are working proactively to support veterans, including those individuals who are our wounded warriors. We are working proactively to think about the rural poor and the way in which some organizations and entities would divide us, dismiss the idea that diversity, equity, and inclusion has always included those in rural environments as well as those in urban environments. We understand that it also includes individuals of religious minorities, and how in many ways, faith perspective is a part of the conversation and something that we must amplify. There is a discussion about generational diversity, and absolutely this conversation includes those older Americans as well as those who are young. And us prioritizing the conversation on how we make organizations better for all, no matter where you are in your progression in age, is a part of the conversation. Freedom, we know, depends on protecting the rights of those individuals who are most at risk. And we have to prioritize that democracy requires equal access and participation of all. Certainly the benefits of our concentration impact our economy. When we are all invested, when we are all participating in the economy, all ships have the opportunity to be raised. And so we prioritize that diverse viewpoints drive innovation. Diverse teams drive innovation. And inclusion reveals new opportunities to advance new markets and new ideas. And so as we think about persistence, how we must step up and confront things now, as we prioritize the urgency in our engagement together, and as we think about the concentration of efforts, we know that we cannot stop moving forward. We collectively must lean into the work to support diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to understand that it is morally and ethically correct, that politically it is the right thing to do, that promotes greater citizenship and engagement, and that it also propels our organizations, and more specifically our society, forward economically. As we work to think about how we move forward, each of us in this room must share our successes, the way in which our diverse perspective, the way in which we have been included, and the way in which equity has prioritized an opportunity for us to be in the room now. the way in which we learn from others, the way in which we continue to talk about with pride the benefits of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so we must ask ourselves, how can we cultivate additional relationships that lean on the persistence, that lean and simplify and advance the conversation about urgency, and that prioritize concentration so that we can prioritize the work to advance our efforts and champion what we do. We also must prioritize self-care for those of us who are in this work and who are fighting this battle. We know that we have to prioritize self-sustainment and more specifically self-care to carry each other through the load. And so we have to check in on each other. The other parts of the conversation as I close is to prioritize that we are not alone and that we will not quit. And so as we move to end our talks and expand greater opportunity in how we champion diversity, equity, and inclusion, I challenge you to think about the way in which you will be a part of the persistence, the way in which you will propel your organizations to work proactively to make a difference, and more specifically, the way in which we understand that now more than ever, that we cannot give up, that we are in this together. I wish to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to spend some time with you this afternoon. Of course, as an individual, I remain with you and committed to this work, and I look forward to all that we will do in the time ahead. I wish you well as we close the conference, and I look forward to seeing you in the summer, and all the best. Take care and be well.
Well, thanks to Dr. Pickett for taking the time and effort to join us virtually. It was great to be able to hear his thoughts as one person who is really leading the charge on diversity within one of the largest employers in our region. Now we actually have an opportunity to hear from a few others who are really on the front lines of making this work, a fireside chat with chief diversity officers in corporate and nonprofit organizations. And here to facilitate that conversation is Sarah Oliver Carter, the Chief Diversity, Equity, Ethics, and Inclusion Office at Carlow University.
Hello. Good afternoon. I hate to follow my boss, Kathy Humphrey. I always say that, but we want to get started here. I think we're going to carry on the conversation. As he said earlier, my name is Sarah Oliver Carter, and I'm the Chief, okay, so it's going to take a minute to get through this, Chief Diversity, Ethics, Equity, and Inclusion Officer for Carlow University. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm here with this amazing panel of people. And we're going to carry on the conversation that was started with Dr. Humphrey and panel. We're going to talk a little bit about affirmative action and its impact. And then we're going to go on the same journey that Dr. Pickett talked about. And he talked about the attack on DEI. I don't know, everybody here know about that little attack? All of those bills that were introduced? There's actually one in Pennsylvania right now that is talking about limiting the impact of DEI on college campuses. So it's very real. And it's happening here, and it's happening now. But what I want to do is take a minute and ask this amazing panel, because I am so humbled to be in their presence. They do amazing things, to introduce themselves. And then I have some questions for them that we're going to walk through, because based on the affirmative action decision made by the Supreme Court, what has that done? What is that going to do? And how are corporations feeling about this? So I'm going to start with Mona. And then we're going to move on down, and we're going to dig into this a little bit. And we know we're going to move through this pretty quickly because we got a lot to say, and we want you to hear it. Mona.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mona Dine, and I serve as Chief Diversity Officer and General Manager of Human Resources for U.S. Steel. A little longer than yours there.
You know? That's true. Sounds good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cassandra Cooper. Everybody knows me as Cassie. I serve as the inaugural Vice President of Diversity and Inclusion at FNB, First National Bank.
Good afternoon. I'm Crystal McCormick-Ware. I'm the inaugural Chief Diversity Officer here at Duquesne University and the Senior Advisor to the President.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and get started. And I have a couple of questions here. And I think they're going to drive us into talking a little bit about diversity, equity, and inclusion and the potential impact and what these organizations are doing to drive it forward. Because as we heard earlier, especially from Audra, we need to make progress. We need to keep moving. So my question for the panel is this. With the ongoing rhetoric, and we heard this earlier. We heard this from Clyde Pickett. We heard it from Dr. Humphrey and panel about dismantling DEI. How about that? Dismantling DEI. How are you and your organization staying committed? We talked about committed too. Maintaining a focus on diversity, equity, inclusion. And it's tough sometimes because right now we are being questioned. So I'm going to open it up to the group. Crystal, do you want to get us started here?
Sure. I'm proud to say that I work at Duquesne University, a private Catholic institution, so we do have some protection. But I will just give you an account right before the ruling came. The cabinet and I, we all sat together and we looked at one another and said, this is going to happen within a day. Right. The fathers on the cabinet said, it's not going to affect us because diversity, equity, and inclusion is our mission. It's who we are. It's why we exist. So as long as we live through our mission, this is what we will do. And they were very definitive about that.
I like that. I like that. So, who wants to go
my
next?
alma mater, so whoop, whoop, Duquesne. Good to hear. So in my area or my industry, the actual Supreme Court decision did not directly impact the work that we were doing. I think the one thing that for us at FMB, it really just strengthened the fact that diversity, equity, and inclusion is something that's important to us as an organization, and so we keep it at the forefront of the things that we do. I, in joining the team, created the diversity and inclusion strategy, and I think the one thing we talked about was how important it is for organizations, whether they are corporate or nonprofits, when you're focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion, you have to have a strategy. Yes. You have to put something in place where, again, you are communicating what that strategy looks like, who your key stakeholders are as a part of that. So that was something that I worked on defining. I worked on it in a collaborative way, so with leadership, executive leadership within the industry or within my company, we kind of worked together on what that looked like, the goals for our stakeholders and the key objectives to achieving those goals. So I think having that firm foundation there really helped us to just kind of drive some of the things and keep that focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion within the organization.
Thank you, Cassie. So I heard, mission, vision, values, driving. I heard strategy. I heard, key deliverables and metrics. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. Mona, what are your thoughts?
I would ditto what was just said. The court rulings did not have an impact for us within U.S. Steel. DE&I is actually a core pillar of our corporate strategy. So it's embedded to ensuring that we have a best for all strategy. And what we say is in order to achieve our strategy, best for all, we need the best from all. Right. So it's integrated into our strategic mission of the organization and who we are.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I'm hearing, a lot of really good things here. So I want to kind of talk about, because I think, Cassie, you talked a little bit about this. How can organizations maintain their DEI momentum despite external pressure? I've heard you all pretty much say, you're committed, right? But how do you kind of keep it going? Because I think it's important. We do hear, people saying, we're not going to do that anymore. It's not important. And I like the question earlier about the fear factor. So if you could talk a little bit about that, maybe Cassie, we'll kick it off with you.
Sure. So I think kind of what I said about the collaboration part, that was the C, right, the collaboration. Even in putting together the strategy, I worked with executive leadership. I worked with the leaders of my bank in ensuring that we put together a sound strategy. Additionally, another C, communication. I think that, you can't just communicate the strategy or that we have one, but that's in the back room, right? It has to be at the forefront. So in that first year, I think after the strategy was completed and kind of blessed, as we called it, it was out on the road and in different meetings and sharing that strategy within the bank to ensure that everyone was aware that we had a strategy, and that this is what we were going to focus on as we move forward. You know, if we say that we are stronger together, this is how we live it out. And that's what we say. We are stronger together, so we're going to live it out. And I think from the standpoint of the fear, I don't know that I really, there was fear. I don't think there was fear when we talked about it, again, because inclusivity is so important as a part of our culture there at the bank. But the other thing with the inclusivity, you recognize that you have to have diversity in order to ensure that there's inclusivity. So I think communicating that message in a positive way was something that was very important. And then not only myself, but leadership within the organization, buying in and communicating the message as well.
Right. What else? What else? Mona?
I can add to that as well at U.S. Steel. Again, I talked about how we're building this into our DNA. It's how we show up. So you've probably all heard safety first. Actually, U.S. Steel came up with that in 1908, so it's been around for a long time. It's an embedded value of the organization, safety. So what we've done is people understand that. Physical safety first. So what we have done is with that safety component is included the psychological safety piece and really embrace the 360 safety, right? It's D&I, right, resulting in psychological safety. So we've wrapped up and broadened our definition of safety first, right, to include more of the belonging piece, the outcome of D&I effort. So that has really taken on a strong component of our culture. We also, talking about C's, have strong internal champions across the organization. So it's not just Mona as the chief or the people in HR who are doing this, but the employees within the organization from the plant floor all the way to the CEO who serve as these internal ambassadors to ensure that this isn't going away. This is a part of how we work and operate and how we collectively move the business forward, right? So it's best for everyone.
Thank you for that. So we've heard inclusivity, and we've heard like everyone is involved, right? So driving business forward. So Crystal, your thoughts?
So I was thinking about someone who had mentioned from the top down. Well, very early on upon my arrival, we began to work with the board. We worked with the board, then we started to work with the cabinet. So I brought in outside people to train the cabinet. And we spent a full day on diversity, equity, and inclusion in our commitment. And the board went through that as well. The deans and directors and department heads went through the training 3 weeks ago. So it's not just the boots to the ground soldiers at Duquesne University, it's those that are the policymakers. And it was important to embed diversity, equity, and inclusion in them and new employees as well as new board members. So at every new staff and faculty orientation, diversity, equity, and inclusion is something that we talk about, even in the interview process. If you're not on board, you're not on board at Duquesne.
Wow, I appreciate that.
And if I could just real quick,
please.
when you talk about the learning aspect of it, I think it's really important to focus on that, on training around diversity, equity, and inclusion. Don't assume that people get it.
That's right.
Don't assume that people have the same maybe thought about what it is and what it means to actually live it out within the organization. I think in creating baseline training, foundational training within my organization, simply explaining what diversity is, what equity is, what inclusion is something that I felt was important because we need to level set. We need to level set and we need to be able to talk about it.
Yeah, and maybe to add to that too with the training component is we do a lot of story sharing and storytelling to make these employees who come and talk about their stories, provide real examples of this is my coworker, this is my person, and this is their experiences, and this is the impact that it's had. So along with the training, the storytelling has been quite beneficial and really helped others too understand what some employees may be going through, giving them a different view of others, and just a better education of something very real that may be happening.
So a day in my shoes, right?
Yeah.
Just kind of walking. So Crystal, you wanted to say something.
Duquesne University just won 2 awards for their DE&I certification program for their faculty and staff.
Congratulations.
It is completely funded through my division. It was known It was recognized regionally as well as on campus. It's a 30-hour training, and that does not include the capstone. The capstone can be another 30 hours. They go through a 2-year rigorous process.
Wow.
And we make it a point that we get faculty and staff from throughout the university, not in the same divisions or the units, as we say. We don't say divisions anymore. At Duquesne, we say units. And one of our deans, our dean of pharmacy, was actually the first dean to graduate from the program.
Wow.
Because he was so committed to the program. And his school was probably one of the most racially rigid programs, the School of Pharmacy. And so the dean knew that he needed to take that step and set the tone for the rest of his faculty in order for them to come on board. So we're really proud of that as well.
That is super exciting. I have to say, too, I think Carlos following that lead or leading in that way. We just introduced to our cabinet, which is the group that reports to Dr. Humphrey. We went through a whole training. It's called the Trusted 10. And you know, most people, when they're thinking about DEI or diversity, equity, inclusion, it's not me. No, no, no. I don't have those perspectives. I don't carry that baggage. We went through the Trusted 10. Suddenly, eyes opened up. So what this group is saying is training, even though it's an opportunity to build awareness, it actually does work if done right, right? Yep. So I think there's real opportunity here. So I think we're on the path to, let's talk about obstacles. Like, we're making it sound like it's easy because I know you guys are just that good, right? But what are some of the obstacles that you've encountered as you're pushing some of this out?
I can take a stab at it, go first. So we talked about this earlier as a sort of zero-sum game concept, right? If other groups that we're focusing on, it's something that's for D&I, something for this group or for this group. I don't see myself in those groups. What am I losing? Why are they gaining? Right? I think that's a difficult thing for any organization, employee to go through, and very much an obstacle for our D&I efforts is that thinking versus how is this benefiting us all? How is this enriching our culture? How is this better for business outcomes, right? So really being able to educate and help others understand this isn't about this group here or this group here. This is about collectively how this raises us all. So I think that's a big thing. We talked about the clash of values or the difference in values, So for example, Pride Month, years ago, we have locations across the country, many in rural areas, right? We flew pride flags. Pride flags were ripped down, put them back up. Pride flags were ripped down, put them back up. We had a very strong messaging in that we're not trying to change your beliefs, but you must respect your employees and what this stands for. So through education, through tying it back to our values and all of that is something that's helping us move the needle along the way. But again, to show that, as was said, all boats rise is an integral part of the message.
That's great.
I would agree with that. And I think, the other thing is really through collaborative discussions and conversations, I think a lot of the ambiguity can be cleared up. We have that understanding of what diversity is. I talk a lot about the broad lens that we need to look at diversity with, right? We need to have a broad lens. And the one thing I try to make sure that we talk about is everyone, I feel, has that platform, right, based on their own dimension of diversity. I'm a Black woman, I'm a single mom, all of those things. So those are my platforms. But as a leader in this space, we have to have a broader lens so that we do see, again, that there are so many other dimensions, and it's about all of us, so we want to ensure that all-inclusive piece of it, not taking away, right? Not taking away from understanding those specific dimensions, but again, really ensuring that we are working for the good of the whole, if that makes sense.
I think it does, and I think that's kind of the theme here.
Right.
It's the good of the whole,
Right.
not only just for the person and the individual, but for the business or the institution. And actually, not only for the institution, but when you think about the institution in terms of university or college, it's the student experience because they are the next level.
Yes, they
right?
are.
Crystal.
You have to establish trust amongst your new colleagues and faculty and staff. Because when you come on board, they're wondering, what are you going to do? how are you really going to move this forward? And I have to admit, when I first came back to Duquesne after a 20-year stint up the street, I realized that conversations about diversity, equity, and inclusion were still very uptight.
Yes.
They were afraid. And so you have to empower people to have the courage to talk about it. You have to give them a safe space to talk about it. And you have to be non-judgmental because everyone has their own lens and barometer as to where they came on board with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I've had people say to me, I would have never talked about this in this space because I never felt safe because I always felt attacked if I said I wasn't raised around African Americans.
Right, right. I appreciate that. We have 2 more questions because we're going to move pretty quickly. But I really appreciate what was said here. We talked about all of the things in terms of obstacles. Fear being one of those,
Fear.
right? Building trust, right? And then again, making it part of the overall approach. And I like what you said earlier about the broader definition of diversity. I think sometimes we get a little stuck there. Sometimes here in Pittsburgh, it's about race and gender, and then we go, that's it. But it's much more broad, and I think Dr. Pickett talked about it, and this panel has talked about it. And I think that's one of the things in terms of overcoming obstacles that we need to think about. So my next question for this group is inclusive leadership, right? In terms of how people are leading in their organizations. Because we heard earlier that role modeling makes a difference, right? Can you talk a little bit about that? Mona?
Sure. So I think we're talking about, those behaviors that we want our leaders to model. So for us, it's really around, being curious, being collaborative, having empathy, being open, being honest, being able to have those real conversations. We actually just a few weeks ago went through a whole organizational training on inclusive leadership, and specifically, not this nebulous gray on inclusion, but here are some very easy to do tactics that you could do to include, engage, and advocate for employees within the organization. So it was a very practical sort of step-by-step way that you could be very intentional about creating an inclusive environment.
I like that. Cassie?
Walk the talk.
Ooh.
I think it's so important for leaders to understand that they are being watched as well as heard, right? So I think your words matter, your actions matter as leaders, and I think that's something that's important from the standpoint of competencies, from the standpoint of a leader, right? Say it, if you say it and you mean it, your actions are going to follow, and you're being watched wherever you are. I think you have to remember that. So that part is important. And then I think as well, we talk about diversity practitioners being agents of change. I think leaders have to be agents of change as well in this space, understanding that their organization, if we don't have the diversity, if we don't have equity, if we don't have inclusion, things stay stagnant, right? We talk about Pittsburgh and why maybe progress isn't happening. Maybe we talk, but we're not taking the action, and we need to be more action-oriented, I think, as leaders, as practitioners, all of it, so.
Crystal?
And so we follow the 6 C's of leadership as well with the Deloitte and Touche, but I've added 4.
Say more.
What are the C's? Always remain classy. And as a DE&I professional, you always have to remain calm, cool, and collected.
Ooh.
Because if you don't, you will make decisions based on emotion, and those are some of the biggest mistakes you can make. So I know that when I came on board, along with, I'm sure, when my colleagues came on board, something may have happened, and they expected us to react pretty quickly. We cannot. We have to assess everyone, and we have to be fair across the board before we make a decision. So I've added those 4, so now there are 10 C's of inclusive leadership.
I like that. Calm, cool, collected, and classy. I'm going to work on all of those.
And I think emotional intelligence is a big part of that, what you're saying, right? Because we want to respond and not react. Usually if you fly off the handle, it's because you're reacting.
Right.
So learn to respond. I think that's important.
I think that is important. So this is the last question in the last 3 minutes, right? If there's one piece of advice you would like to share with this group that you think will help drive things forward or make a positive impact or just support them, what would you say? Oh.
All right, I'll take it. So to remember that this work is a marathon and not a sprint. You hear that statement all the time, but it's really easy, I think, to get discouraged. It's really easy to feel down when the needle doesn't move maybe as rapidly as you think it should. This, again, is a marathon. Celebrate those small wins because they happen every day. So I think you have to have that your eyes open to be able to see that. And then I think it was Dr. Pickett who just said, realize that, you are a person and self-care is essential. When you feel yourself kind of being beaten down in this race, then sometimes you need to go to your little secret place and replenish, right? You need to replenish however you do that. Meditation, prayer, whatever it is, again, because if not, you get burned out and you're not effective.
Definitely. Mona, you're excited
We were
here.
talking about this before, about how we had the marathon analogy. We were talking about this is a journey, right? This is an evolution. A couple of things, too. I think that, look at this room full of people who are very passionate about this. Like, expand your network, not only within your organization, but outside. Who can you talk to? Who can you learn from? Who can you bring an idea, into the organization? Who can be a spokesperson, maybe another voice, right, into your organization, but leverage the people as support, as benchmarkers, right? All of these things for your own self and for the work as well. I would also say, like, know where you are in your organization and where you're going, and also be realistic. There's so much work to be done. Know what's priority. What can you focus on as opposed to doing it all, right? But what are the true priority items for your organization, and how can you double down on those to really move the needle forward?
Crystal.
My last word is courage.
Yes.
Be courageous and also be direct and truthful to yourself.
Yeah, I think those are great. Some of the things I actually think about is communicate. Constantly communicate. Clarify. Calm. Because I think that all of the time that we've kind of talked about what's going on here in terms of DEI, you have to have that calm, measured presence as you clarify and communicate. So with that said, I want to thank these amazing panel. We did it on time, shared a lot of really good information, and they are super appreciated.
Thank you all so much. Another round of applause for our panel, please. Great to hear such an enthusiastic take about DE&I. Everybody's been so glum for a while. So great to hear people who are excited about it and how to make it work and how to spread the word within their organizations. We have one final fireside chat to close out our day today. This one on building transformative alliances. And to facilitate this conversation, it's my pleasure to welcome back someone we have already seen today, Tristina Cash, the Executive Vice President of EMSDC, who will facilitate this fireside chat.
Hi, everybody. So we're almost at the end. I'm going to have some words about EMSDC, and as I do that, my panel is joining me. And before I get into anything, you see that QR code up there? I want you to scan that QR code. And whenever you get to our website, if you do the click down for our team, and you will see me there, and then there's a link with all of my contact information. So you can reach out to me. Also, and I really mean this, in July 8th, the National Minority Supplier Development Council is holding here in Pittsburgh their Business Diversity and Leadership Summit, which is really comprised of supplier diversity professionals from national level member corporations. They're coming to Pittsburgh. Now, that summit is something like 2.5, 3 days. It is exclusive to them. You cannot join any of their meetings. So we at EMSDC, we're one of 23 regional councils, and we cover all of Pennsylvania, Delaware, and southern New Jersey. The day before that they're coming in, we've invited them to join us for a fun networking activity so that they can interact with all of us at golf. Now, I don't want to hear it if you don't know how to golf, because I have a solution for that. We have a golf clinic. And if any of you follow me on LinkedIn, you saw that I posted that I golfed yesterday with Hit Like a Girl. We would really like for you to join us for golf, whether you purchase an individual ticket or a foursome. This is very important. It's coming back to Pittsburgh. We haven't been back to Pittsburgh since the shutdown. And we really appreciate it. We do have scholarship recipients who benefit from the proceeds, including Homeless Children's Education Fund. So I wanted to say that off the bat. QR code, please. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's last panel discussion on the Business Navigators Accelerator Program, which we call BNAP. It is funded to support minority-owned and women-owned businesses in Allegheny County. As the Executive Vice President of the Eastern Minority Supplier Development Council, and on behalf of our President and CEO, who's on his way back from Europe right now, and our Board of Directors and colleagues who are here today, Meg Markley, a lot of people know, and Aaliyah Bunch, who's here all the way from Philadelphia. I'm delighted to be here with you all today, and thank you for the chance to talk about Black and diverse businesses. EMSDC is a corporate membership nonprofit. We have 110 corporate members. We're dedicated to promoting and advocating for the economic inclusion of minority-owned businesses. We currently have over 1,000 certified minority businesses within our region. By connecting these businesses with leading corporations, government agencies, and other organizations, we strive to create mutually beneficial opportunities that drive economic growth and development. We've been doing the work for more than 50 years, and we are a proud partner of CEIR and of the so many organizations and companies represented here today. Our value proposition is clear. EMSDC provides a robust network, unparalleled resources, and unwavering support to diverse-owned businesses, enabling them to compete and thrive in the global marketplace. We believe that diversity in business ownership not only strengthens the economy, but also fosters innovation and creativity. Now we are here to talk about BNAP, an innovative pilot initiative launched here in Allegheny County last year with the support of the YWCA of Greater Pittsburgh. Our goal with BNAP is simple, yet profound, to empower minority-owned and women-owned businesses with the tools, resources, and mentorship they need to navigate and excel in today's complex business landscape. By fostering a supportive ecosystem, we aim to drive economic growth and equity within our communities. The program wouldn't be possible without the collaboration and dedication of our esteemed partners, which include Catalyst Connection, Dallas Consulting Solutions, Riverside Center for Innovation, who unfortunately could not be here today, Penn State University's Entrepreneurship Assistance Clinic, Chatham Center for Women Entrepreneurship, and Entrepreneurs Forever for your unwavering support and expertise in supplier development, which are the backbone of this initiative. We are deeply grateful at EMSDC. And again, the almost $1 million grant that we received from YWCA of Greater Pittsburgh is the reason we are able to kick off this program. And so help me welcome our esteemed panel. So since we're so late in the day and we've run over a bit of time, the true objective of this panel is I want to inform you of the people who are doing this work, the work that they've been doing with regards to this program, and also for them to use this opportunity as a platform to help with continuing to recruit diverse businesses into these programs. For example, Davis Consulting Solutions is helping us to assess and to provide some services to 200 minority and women-owned businesses. So, in terms of outreach, this is helping us to do that. So the first company that should probably speak, and hopefully it's in alphabetical order, is Catalyst Connection. Well, no, it's Entrepreneurs Forever. She could go first. Tamara Abney.
Should I sit? Should I stand?
You stand.
Okay, I like standing.
No. Oh, you
Hi,
gotta stand.
everyone. Wake up. I am Tamara Abney, and I am the Vice President of Community Relations and Outreach at Entrepreneurs Forever, and I'm so happy to be here and be a trusted BNAP partner. I'm going to turn so I can make sure that the slides are going, but I am proud to introduce and also reintroduce some of you to Entrepreneurs Forever. Okay, perfect. So Entrepreneurs Forever has been around since 2016. We launched, at that time, we were founded by a gentleman named Joe Callahan. Joe spent the last 6 years of his life building out this program to really foster peer learning. So our program is, that's all we do, is we put entrepreneurs together in a group and allow them to learn from each other. He found that this was the secret sauce to his success, and he wanted to provide that same opportunity to entrepreneurs that may not be quite where he was at, and I'll get to that a little bit later. Next. So what we found is there are not a lot of small businesses that actually make it to the $1 million mark. Oh, thanks. This green button, because there's two. Okay, perfect. So what we found is there's not a lot of businesses that actually make it to $1 million in revenue, and that number is even smaller for women-owned businesses and Black-owned businesses. What we also saw is that there are a lot of startups, and especially when it was COVID time, a lot of people started their own businesses, and what they were tending to do is get stuck in that. So what we do is we put our entrepreneurs together into these small groups, but we ask them that they've been in business for at least 1 year. They have revenue between $30,000 and $1 million of revenue, and that they work in their business full time. So our particular program is not for the startups. It is for what we call the grow-ups, because we've found that those groups of people often are unsupported. So that's what we do. Now, these are probably all organizations that you are familiar with when it comes to peer learning. How many people have heard of YPO? Some people? You have to have $13 million to get in there. That's what our founder, he was in YPO. Vistage. Before joining Entrepreneurs Forever, Vistage was the only peer learning group that I knew about. You have to at least have $5 million to get in there. And then WPO, you can have a little bit less, 1 million. So as you can see, a lot of these peer learning groups that are out here are not accessible to a lot of members of our community. That's where Entrepreneurs Forever comes in. We are the only peer learning program in the country that is dedicated to small businesses between $30,000 and $1 million in revenue. So we are providing basically the same services as these groups to people in our community. So again, we only do one thing, and I like to say that because we are non-competitive with other organizations. This is all we do. We're not a networking group, we're not a workshop, we're not educational, you know, it's not like you go to a class. All we do is peer groups. So we put 10 to 12 business owners in a group, and this is a long-term experience because we believe that the change happens over a long period of time. We're not doing a 12-week course and then you're gone. This is 3 years that people are together learning and learning from each other. So again, those are our accomplishments we'd like our entrepreneurs to have. And the program actually, they meet once a month. This is virtual, which is great because we're able to put entrepreneurs that are maybe in different areas together because they meet over the computer. And in that 2-hour time period that they take for their businesses, they are doing a 30-day update. So Tamara, how's your business? My business is great. And then we're doing real-time issue processing. So this is when I'm allowed to maybe talk about an issue that's going on in my business. I'm having trouble hiring my first employee. I'm asking my peer group what their experiences are, and in that time period, they're able to ask me some clarifying questions. So they may say, well, when do you plan on hiring somebody? What are the qualifications? And then after that, they provide their advice. Okay, and they're only allowed to say, in my experience. So that's how you're really learning from each other. We have competency development, and then all of our groups are led by a professional facilitator that are successful business owners in their own right. So these are examples of our competency curriculum that we do have, and it's all peer-led activities. So we have curriculum on connection, vision, money, sales, talent, process, and growth. So these are all being responsive to what the facilitator sees are needs in the particular group. So if that particular group needs to know about QuickBooks, they're going to pull that off of the shelf. If they don't need to know about QuickBooks, it's not going to get pulled off the shelf. It's really about what the group needs at that particular time. And the nice thing is we actually get results. When you come into our program, we're asking you at least 3 things. We're asking you what your annual revenue is, maybe how many employees you have, and also your owner's compensation, because that's what we're going to track. And we're able to see around that 2-year mark, our entrepreneurs have an 80% increase in their revenue. They are paying themselves twice the amount they were paying themselves before, and they've at least hired, I don't know what 2.1 people are, but at least 2 employees are being hired. So I just like to show this slide so that you have an understanding where we kind of sit in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Again, startup accelerators here, business education programs here, individual mentorship is here. We're right in the middle, long-term peer learning. And I show this because we work hand in hand. We talked about collaboration. We work hand in hand with organizations like SCORE, with Launch Boxes, with the Center for Women's Entrepreneurship. We're able to have everyone come and be a part of one of our peer groups. And then we also will refer out to them because we don't do individual mentorship. If we find that somebody in our peer group needs that, then we'll refer them to SCORE or we'll refer them to another organization. And then for business capital, we're helping a lot of those entrepreneurs get to the place where they then can go and get that business capital. So this is my last slide. This is just a couple of our referral partners that we've worked with and also funders, because the number one thing I did not say is that our program is free to the entrepreneurs. So Entrepreneurs Forever is a free program based upon funding from private and public organizations and also government entities. What brings me here today is we are proud to be a BNAP partner, and we have launched the Million Bound peer group, and that is a EMSDC specific peer group. So EMSDC invited their members and the members of the community to be a part of their particular peer group, and I'm happy to say they had their first meeting, I think about like a month ago. So it's going well. That's it, thanks.
And I should say, thank you, Tamara, that not only is her program free, I think altogether it's probably $7,500 per person, but also too that, I lost my train of thought. So all of these folks are working collaboratively, and just want to go to the next slide. And that's Catalyst.
Hello. Oh.
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is India Carter, and I work at Catalyst Connection as a business associate. At Catalyst Connection, we are a private, not-for-profit organization located in Hazelwood. We are a part of the MEP network, which is the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Network. And what we do is we are dedicated to serving the small to mid-sized manufacturers throughout the 12 counties of southwestern Pennsylvania. Okay. At Catalyst Connection, we offer 4 different services. The first one is consulting services. We have a dedicated team of expert consultants, and what they really do is they work with our clients for a variety of their business needs. We also have technology adoption, training and events, and lastly, workforce. At Catalyst Connection, we have about 70 to 75% of our grants. They come from both federal and state funding. So I'm going to try to breeze through this real quick. For BNAP, we really decided to split our objectives and our approach between 4 different phases. In our first phase, my colleague and I, who's actually here with me today, we created a database of about 112 MWBE manufacturers. And from that, we created a marketing approach so that we can really target those manufacturers, letting them know what BNAP is, letting them know about Catalyst Consulting and those services. And in phase 2, we awarded 5 mini grants to select companies. For that process, we consulted with 11 companies. We consulted them throughout the mini grant application process, and throughout that process, we then selected the 5 companies to be awarded the mini grant. And in phase 3, we provided consulting services to, I can't really say, we provided about a little over 50 hours of consulting services to a variety of different companies. Those consulting services included supplier scouting, product commercialization roadmap, customer discovery. And lastly, in phase 4, we wanted to create a networking opportunities for MWBE manufacturers. For that, we created at least one in-person event at Trace Brewing Company. We also created, we had a holiday gift guide for December, in December, where we had 7 companies participate in that, as well as 4 companies attended the NASA Technology Transfer Expansion Program event. Here we have just a little bit of our data about our companies that we work with. We engage with nearly 50 companies, and then we directly serve 19 companies, and out of that 19, we provided the 5 mini grants with. 2 companies that I really want to highlight is the Mini Pie Box. The Mini Pie Box is located here in Pittsburgh. They are an amazing company, and what they do is they seek to provide the community with affordable food. So what they're doing currently is they applied for a grant for up to $100,000. If they are to receive that grant, their goal is to create their own commercialized kitchen here in Pittsburgh. We also have Parcel Health. Parcel Health, the U.S. commercialized, the U.S. Commercial Service honored co-founders of Parcel Health with a U.S. Department of Commerce Export Achievement Certificate for exporting goods to Canada. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. I know we're running late, so I'll keep this short and sweet. My name is Anne Flynn-Schlicht. I am the director for the Center for Women's Entrepreneurship at Chatham University. Delighted to be here today. And we are 18 years supporting entrepreneurs in our region with entrepreneurial training and mentoring and different networking opportunities. So I just kind of want to go through quickly of what we offer and then in terms of our BNAP participation. So as I mentioned, we do lots of training programs. We focus on entrepreneurs from 0 years in business to 30 years in business. So we help people who want to start their business and people who want to sell it. Maybe retire, find someone to buy their business. So we do lots of different training. No matter where you are in business. One of our most popular programs is Concept to Launch, which is our 6-week online, well, it's online and in person. We kind of have a hybrid model for those starting out in business. So we usually look at 0 to 2 years in business. This is one of our most popular programs. We run it about 4 times a year. We have about 25 people in each cohort. A new program we started a few years ago was the business of childcare. You probably hear about childcare a lot in the news. So this is an area where we started doing a training program specifically in this industry. We graduated 89 business owners from this program last year. Of those, 29 are now licensed to open childcare businesses in Allegheny County. All right, so yes, so and I would say of those, 89% of them were minority-owned businesses. Another area we do is the business planning and capital readiness. This is a program to help business owners who are startups or existing, putting a business plan together and understand how to get capital for their business, whether it's that debt financing or equity financing. So we do, and another program we launched with BNAP support was our digital services training program. One of the things we saw during COVID was a lot of businesses lost out because they did not have an online presence. So we put a program together to help these businesses get online, and if they're not online, enhance their presence online and more e-commerce. And a lot of people don't understand the process of selling and pricing their products as well online. So that's some of our programming. An area where we stand out is in our technical assistance. This is all free. And I should mention, our center is one of 152 women business centers across the United States that are partially funded from the SBA. We're also funded through corporate sponsors and through foundations. And through that support, all of these services are free. So in the areas where we provide technical assistance, as you can see many of them on the screen here, but regarding with BNAP program, the areas we focused on was funding, getting businesses access to funding. This is a huge challenge. It doesn't matter if you're 15, 20 years in business. Getting access to money is a real challenge right now. But we also work with entrepreneurs who are often first-time generation entrepreneurs who've never gone for a business loan before, helping them to get lines of credit. So that was one area. Another area we worked on is, for BNAP program, was with food businesses. Helping those businesses get access to capital, but also getting all the certifications and qualifications they needed to open their food business. ServeSafe training, one of those programs that we offer. And the last one I mentioned was digital services, which is, again, helping them to get their business online. But we also do a lot of training and certification on diversity certifications to work with the federal government, to work with corporations, so you can get certified as a woman-owned, minority-owned, or veteran-owned businesses. We service about 800 to 900 clients a year. Last year, we serviced over 1,000. So there's no shortage of business owners in our area. We're happy to serve them with our community partners here today. Thank you.
That's me. Hello, everyone. So I will be quick as well. I know I'm here at the end. So the good thing, though, is, like Ann here, I give away stuff. Okay, free. All right. So I'm with the Entrepreneur Assistance Clinic at Penn State, and It's at the law school. Which one? Is it Greenwood? Sorry, Top Greenwood. Okay, all right. So I was with a huge global law firm for decades. I quit that about 8 years ago and started teaching at Penn State. And I saw some other schools had this entrepreneurship program, and so I started it then. It's grown dramatically. We now have generally 25, 26 students who work with me and with 2 other lawyers, and we supervise the law students, and enables us to to give them practical experience and to give free services. And we've been able to do it all over Pennsylvania. We were using Zoom well before COVID. I remember I saw it somewhere and asked if I could get a subscription, and I got it. And it enabled us to cover all of Pennsylvania. Last year, as I tell my former partners, the best way to build a practice is not to charge. And so last year we served over 1,400 clients. We formed over 650 businesses here in Pennsylvania. We also do lots of webinars, and that's presentations. That's where I originally met Christina here. What EMS did for us is, the next slide will show where we get, I'm going to flip to that now, and I'll come back here. So when we started, Penn State has this big network of so-called launch boxes. It's campuses all over Pennsylvania. There are 21. And so they have these like incubator, accelerator type units at every campus, and a big one at the large campus where I am at Penn State. And so they feed us a fair amount of clients. But from there, we went to the SBDCs, and there are 15 of those all over Pennsylvania, and they feed us a lot of clients. But what happened, what we saw, was that the 2 big urban areas in Pennsylvania must have enough lawyers that provide free services, because we didn't get much in terms of client flow from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. We got a lot from what's called the rural T of Pennsylvania, up through the middle and across the top. Places like Erie sent us, like the area around Erie sent us more clients than any other area of the state. But then Trisina suggested we participate in the BNAP program and focus on Allegheny County. So we said, sure, we'd love to do that. And we sent out information to, I think it was like 37 different economic development groups in Allegheny County. And some weren't interested and some were. And so now we have, as previous slide showed, we've had over 110 clients in the first part of this program for all minority and women-owned companies, and we would not have done that certainly without the BNAP program. And then they're like the Chatham Center that Ann runs is really our biggest referral source in Pittsburgh. I mean, they send us a lot of clients on a continuing basis. And so any of you who want to refer us clients, we have almost no standards other than the fact if you can afford other lawyers, you should go use them. So I always tell, sometimes lawyers in Pennsylvania get annoyed and say, you're stealing our business. And I always say, you don't want our clients because you won't get paid. Anyhow, we do all sorts of business-related work. A lot of it formation work, early stage, but for later stage companies too. Small family businesses being sold and things like that. And there's no connection to Penn State is necessary. We just do it for the entire state, irrespective of who you root for. And I think I can end there because I know nobody wants to hear anything else. But we're on the website. If you just go to the Entrepreneur Assistance Clinic, we'll come up and, on the search. This code here works as well. We have an online intake form, and we accept, like I said, almost anybody except those people who are going to hire a lawyer. Okay.
Last one, Danielle Davis, consulting. And she's going to be real quick. We appreciate everyone's patience.
You can use, there you go.
Like 2 minutes. So the reason I lost my thought in saying that BNAP does not require the businesses to be certified as minority or certified as women-owned businesses. So certification isn't required. BNAP initiative is already served 530 for businesses, 64% are minority-owned, and 70% are women-owned. Danielle?
So last but not least, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Danielle Davis, President and CEO of Davis Consulting Solutions. I don't have a slide up right now.
But they have your handout.
Okay, all right. So there is a handout. So I think it is appropriate that I'm actually serving in the middle because Davis Consulting Solutions is actually serving as a middleman for EMSDC as well as some of the other organizations that you previously heard from. We provide business and workforce solutions. Our 4 pillars are business, diversity, workforce, and community. We also have core practices to engage, educate, and empower. So everything that we do in this region and beyond is all about making sure that minority, women, disadvantaged individuals find opportunities and have access to them. What we're doing currently for EMSDC is serving as a front point of contact for a number of these businesses that are looking to recover from COVID and that which the pandemic actually impacted them with. And then in addition to that, we're doing assessments, we're making referrals to these individuals, and or we're providing our own technical assistance depending upon what their needs are. We have 2 buckets of which we're working with. We have the emerging businesses, which are actually designed to fall within our partners' parameters. And then we also have businesses that go beyond that $1 million so that they can actually receive support around business, marketing, and legal services. So we designed it intentionally to be appropriate for each of these referral sources. Our information is in a flyer somewhere that Tracina has, and we will be distributing that information, and you can find us at davisconsultsolutions.com. Thank you.
And just to end it, that grant has also benefited us at EMSDC with regards to encouraging more of our minority-owned businesses to explore international trade. Last year, we were able to send 3 black business owners from Pittsburgh to London for a conference there, and we're doing so much more of that. And as I said before, right now my boss is coming back from Europe. He's always, somewhere out there making that happen. There's some really great things that are going to be happening for our organization and specifically in Pittsburgh in the near future. So I hope you got that QR code. We look forward to working with you. Thank you again, Tim. Sure.
All right, get your official photo there. All right, another round of applause for our panel here. Lots of great information there. And people who don't think there are sufficient resources around, I think they just demonstrated that there's a lot of support for folks with great ideas and want to bring it to market. And with that panel, that brings our event to close to a close for the day. So to wrap things up, I'd like to thank you all for having me as your moderator. And now I'd like to turn it back over to the man who started it all, Tim Stevens.
All right, thank you, sir. How about a big hand for Bill Flanagan? He's facilitated us every year, all 12 years. Real quick, we want you to get involved with our working group. Call us at 412-212-8775. 212-8775. You can also visit us through email at CEIR Roundtable. That's 1 R. CEI Roundtable www.ceirpittsburgh@gmail.com. And our website is www.ceirpittsburgh, ceirpittsburgh.org. And Deb Stilligros will be putting all this up whenever we get it all. Let's give a hand for Deb, who's coordinated our website for years as a volunteer. So we'll be putting the conference up. If you want to see any section, normally Deb actually sets it up so you can go to a specific section of the conference. We ask you to tell people if you enjoyed yourselves. If you didn't enjoy yourselves, don't tell anybody. She wants no acknowledgement, but I would be wrong if I didn't say the great job that Dr. Marla Bradford, formerly of Duquesne University working here, has, don't throw things at me, right here, the lady in the green, phenomenal job, and we couldn't have pulled this off without her leadership and the entire committee. All of our sponsors, look in the program for our sponsors who made it financially available and workable for us. We could not do this without the university, Duquesne University, and our staff. I want you to sneak behind this. Come up here. Don't say no. Come up here. Come up here. Quick. Dr. The divine one, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Marla Bradford. Just got her doctorate last year. Come on up here. We won't keep you long. A couple members of our group here, Russell Bynum and Shayla Holmes, make the presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for my flowers. I really just appreciate, thank you. And so I hope you had and enjoyed this beautiful conference that has been put together. And I hope that you are leaving today with a task to do something. So thank you.
Hold on just a second. Come on, just stand right here. Can we give another standing ovation to the woman who inspired us to no heights, to greater heights? I don't know about you, I was on the edge of tears with the presentation of Audra Bahanan. Give her another hand. Audra Bahanan. Just fabulous. Let me ask you a question while we leave. We had a later time today than we have had in the past, because we had an earlier breakfast with some executives. Do you like this time better, 9 o'clock breakfast and going from 10 to 2 versus earlier in the morning? Any, just on that issue? Some people like that. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Flanagan, give another hand. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great day. Come back and be with us.